He's in.
Okay.
He's in. I saw him. Councilmember Rose, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah, we got a little reverberation there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going a little bit, but now it is good.
Okay, we're gonna fix the reverberation. Just give us a second.
Sure.
We have Councilmember Barros and then Mayor Armstrong.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, so tonight, order of business is City Council District 2 interviews and appointment. And just a couple housekeeping issues before we get going. I'd like to first discuss with the council if you have a preference when to take public comment. We typically will do commission and committee interviews and do the public comment after all the interviews where people have had a chance to be heard, and then the public can comment on the different candidates and what their opinions are and things like that. That's kind of a typical process of doing it. We could take public comment beforehand, and we could also even do something a little out of the ordinary, and that is do two public comments. One might be to take public comment before the interviews, and the second to do public comment after the interviews. Although if somebody wanted to make public comment, we would just allow them to do public comment one time, either before or after. So I'd like to kind of hear what council's desire is on that. And I'll start with you. Do you have a preference?
Thank you. Before, because of this meeting might run a little late. So for the convenience of the public, not have them wait around till 10 o'clock, however long this might last. So before makes sense to me.
Okay, that is certainly a consideration. This is going to be going for a long time. Councilmember Rubio.
I agree. I think it's going to be a long time to have people wait to make a comment. So if we can get that taken care of first, it would be great.
All right, Councilmember Rose.
We'll-
We lose him again?
Yeah.
Is he lost or we're just not hearing him?
It looks like he logged off. or
Okay,
We lost him.
all right, well, we'll ask that question in a second. Again, just, for consideration, you've already pointed out that gives people the opportunity to comment up front. It could be potentially a long time. We're doing all these interviews up to 45 minutes each. But at the same time, there may still be people that want to comment on the quality of the interviews and who they thought might have been the best candidate for our consideration as well. So again, I'm open either way on this. Let me know when we get them back. Now, for the public, if you're not aware, he's calling in from India. So we're trying to work through technology here. It worked last time on Monday. So hopefully it'll work again.
Hasn't logged in yet.
So what?
He hasn't logged in yet.
Okay. Well, we're going to give him a minute. This is it's an important meeting. We do have kind of a backup plan. If we kind of lose him, we do have a quorum.
Mhm.
So we can continue but we want to include him in the process.
Mhm.
Oh, it's what, 6 in the morning there? He's getting his cup of coffee. or something? All right, while we're waiting for him to reestablish, let me ask a second question. We can ask him once he comes on. And that's how we want to go through the rotation here. In terms of each council member asking all three of their questions. All, just finish them, for each one of us. Or do you want to rotate one, then the next council member, then the next council member, and then kind of go through the next round? Do you have any desire on that?
Round robin.
Round-
Yeah.
So-
Meaning one person asks one. asks the
One,
question,
one, okay.
Yeah.
How about you?
I don't really have a preference, so that's fine. If Councilmember Joynet would like that.
Okay. That would be my preference as well. And assuming Councilmember Rose is okay with that,
He's connecting right now.
okay. Then I'll start it off and then we'll go with Councilmember Rose.
Yeah,
Rubio.
sorry, I got disconnected there, so back.
Okay, hey, Councilmember Veros, we were asking a question about public comment.
Yeah.
And we have the option to take public comment before the interviews or take public comment after the interviews. For our commission and committee appointments, we typically take the public comment after the interviews. However, we can do it one or the other, or we can do both. We could do some comment before or some comment afterwards. It just, we would limit the public comment afterwards to those who had not previously spoken before the interviews. Councilmember Rubio and Joynet both were okay with doing comment beforehand, but I wanted to get your take on it.
Yeah.
What your preference was.
Yeah, I'm good with the plan. Yeah, thank you. Either way, like start with the, I think it's good to have the option of at the open as well as at the close. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll take the primary public comment beforehand. And I'll reserve the kind of discretion to call for a public comment afterwards. If we still have anybody hanging around at 8 o'clock or whenever it is later on this evening. Or 9 or 8:30. And then Councilmember Rose, the other thing we talked about while you were connecting was to rotate kind of round robin. One question per council member and then start again, one question per council member. Are you okay with that process, or would you rather ask all your questions up front?
I would like to go with the rotate option.
Okay, all right.
One
We'll do,
question.
and then so then I'll start the process and then Councilmember Rose, you'll be the second one to ask. And then Councilmember Rubio and Councilmember Joynet. Okay, so having kind of gotten some of that admin out of the way before we get going, I'll kind of turn it over to the clerk. Do you have any additional information on the staff report that you want to present?
I do not know.
Okay. So as a reminder, we've got 4 applicants for the District 2 seat. And we identified them on this past Monday. We're going to allow about 45 minutes per candidate. Each candidate will get an opening statement up to 2 minutes. And then we'll go through 12 questions, 3 questions per council member. Expecting a response to be no more than 3 minutes for each of the questions. And then we'll allow the applicant to provide a closing statement for no more than 2 minutes. So with that, then I'm going to open public comment. And let's take public comment prior to the interviews. And I'll reserve the discretion for later public comment.
I do have 3 cards right now. The first is from Susie Ferris Indercom.
Okay, Susie?
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I previously spoke when we were talking about vacancies, and I had made my recommendation that I'm not real fond of the ability for safe seat elections. So I had suggested, I think people should not be allowed to do that. But that doesn't seem to be the way we're going to go. So what I want to talk about is that reading from resolution number 2025-001, which is on the upcoming council agenda. It states that State Government Code, Section 36512B, requires the City Council within 60 days from the commencement of a council vacancy to either fill the vacancy by appointment or call a special election. And the city's municipal code, Section A4, reduces the time limit for that action to 30 days. Then it goes on that on December 11th, during a special council meeting, the City Council directed staff to commence an appointment process. I'm going to say that again, appointment process, including candidate applications, interviews, and to set January 10th as the interview and selection date. Because of the long-established practice of the city to allow council members to run for higher office from a safe seat, and after witnessing the absurd discussions regarding how this council would handle whittling down candidates, how they would be selected, and how they would be interviewed, etc., I'm formally requesting that the following actions be placed as agenda items on any and all necessary committee and council meetings. 1, the general fund reserve policy be modified to set aside funds for a special election in the event of a council vacancy. 2, written policy documentation be generated for both a special election process and an appointment process in the event of a council vacancy. Those policies shall be reviewed by the public and upon finalization be posted to the city website. Doing so will eliminate the ability to funnel a council vacancy situation automatically into the appointment process due to budget constraints and urgency. And it will further eliminate the floundering around in public deciding how to conduct each new appointment process. Lastly, I just personally want to express to you that this city government, in my opinion, has lost a huge amount of credibility because of how this has been conducted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Shirag Kathrani.
Shrug.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, everyone over here. So one of the key points which I want to bring up is when we are choosing a candidate for the interview, we see the very basic thing is the leadership, and the elected officials are held at a very higher standard. They are supposed to represent the voice of people. And the third thing is they need to make sure that they don't appoint somebody with the safe seat. We had a candidate called Harry Sach who clearly mentioned that he will not rerun again. So that he addressed one of the concern, but we didn't even bring him in for the interview. And the second thing is leadership. When we talk about leadership, the first part of leadership is standing up. And all of these people were not even didn't even stood up for the election when the mayor race was going unopposed. So they lacked the basic leadership skills. And when the council brought them for the interview, they didn't see this, they ignored this basic part. And they are supposed to represent the voice of people. And now we are seeing 76 residents sending out email saying like they need to consider me as an appointee, because that's a tradition that has been over the period of years, that whenever there is a safe seat and somebody with the highest vote, that is 11,000 votes, is considered for a role of a council member. It has been a tradition. It has broken a couple of times. And every time it has been broken, residents have stood up and sent out email and created their frustration, and city had taken a heard of the resident and appointed the person whom the resident asked for. And I urge the city council to look at all these emails and look at all the people opinion and hear their voices and do the right thing by appointing me as an council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anthony DeAngelis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. To start with, I think the mayor, if you could clarify, you said at the outset that there were 4 applicants, whether there were indeed 4 applicants or more applicants and 4 were shortlisted, right? You can do it after I speak, but thank you. The second point I'd like to make is, I think the first speaker also spoke to it, is the whole safe seat process, which I think is antithetical to the democratic process, something that should be considered. And I echo the point made by the first speaker when she said that the city council will lose all credibility, if it has any at this point in time, right? Now, to the point made by Chirag just a while ago, he obtained 31% of the votes, 11,000 something in total. That should be qualification enough to be considered if the safe seat process is invoked. Now, what can be done or cannot be done, clearly you are in the know. And you'll on likelihood carry it through. But the question before you is what should be done? What's right for the people of San Ramon? So I urge you to consider that when you make a decision. Railroading something is not going to be the interest of the residents of San Ramon. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
That was the last speaker card, and we did receive 76 written comments that are before you as well as located in the back of the room.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we have those, and I read through every one of them, and appreciate the content in those emails. There's some variety in there, but we do have those before us. All right, so at this point, what's the discretion of the council? We currently have our 4 shortlisted candidates to go through at this time. Or is there any discussion we want to have before we begin the interview process based on any of the public comment we've heard this evening? Or the written comments?
No, I'd like to thank the public for coming over and speaking their mind. I'd most like to thank the folks submitting their requests, their responses via email as well. I'm ready to move forward with our first candidate.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
I just want to thank everybody who provided feedback. We do take it into consideration. As we mentioned, we have experience here doing what we do, and we make decisions based on that experience. But I appreciate your feedback, and I certainly, we looked through everything, and those decisions were difficult to make with 21 applicants. I think that's something to keep in mind, to break that down to something that's manageable, especially when we're interviewing people for 45 minutes per candidate. It's just very difficult to fit many people into that, but and do a good, thorough job of interviewing people. So thank you nonetheless.
Councilmember Veros.
First and foremost, thank you for providing public comment. We appreciate for coming and joining these meetings, even with your busy schedule. We appreciate feedback. And I just want to reiterate the guidelines that I used when I was picking the candidates. My guidelines were community involvement and community services. And that's the first one. The second one was community education, right? So we in the city provide education on our community services like Government 101, Planning Academy, and all those. That's another thing that I looked at. And the third thing is experience with the nonprofit organizations that working within our city, nonprofits as well as the stakeholders. So I just want to reiterate so that the guidelines that I used picking the candidates. So once again, thanks to all applicants. We really appreciate. I know this is a lot of work, but you're ready to step up and fill in this position and support and help our community. We appreciate all the 21 candidates who applied. So yeah, that's once again, thank you, everyone.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I too appreciate all the public comments, both written and spoken this evening. Appreciate all the candidates who originally applied. We had, as we talked about earlier in the week, 21 applicants, of which 16 were qualified. We boiled that down to 4 to interview tonight, but appreciate all the interest that people have taken in this seat. It's an important decision we have to make tonight. And kind of hearing our fellow council member comments this evening, I hadn't heard any requests to change what we've got scheduled for this evening. So at this point, I'd like to get started with the process and call our first applicant, Richard Adler.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong, and the whole City Council for the opportunity to speak to you today on this important Region 2 position on the City Council that just opened up after you were elected mayor. I am Richard Adler. I've been a proud citizen of San Ramon for approximately 28 years. My wife and I moved here with our very young sons. They both went to local schools. They went to Neil Armstrong and they went to Cal High, both graduated, went on to college. I was involved, as many parents, with Little League and coaching Little League, and was co-chair or co-director of the PACs, Cub Scout PAC. A little bit where I came from the peninsula. I grew up in Los Altos and went to school in Mountain View. I was student body president, kind of learned how to deal with people and get things done. I went on to go to Cal Berkeley, graduated from there. Was an intern for the late Congressman Pete McCloskey, who was my representative. I really learned a lot about public service from him. And I worked for State Farm Insurance for approximately 30 years. And I think some of the skills I developed were negotiation and kind of looking through material and weeding out the most important material, dealing with our customers and dealing with trying to get a settlement done. Since then, since I retired, I have been on the Senior Advisory Commission. I was chair last year. I presented our annual report then. I'm also president of the Doherty Valley San Ramon Rotary Club, and we do a lot of great things, a lot of community service. So I think I, have been involved. I've taken all the leadership for the classes, Government 101, and also Planning Commission. And I went to the also the Citizens Police Academy, which I developed a great respect for our law enforcement. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for being here this evening.
Mhm.
I'm going to start things off, and as a District 2 resident, describe District 2 in as many ways as you can to a person who's never seen it and knows nothing about it.
Well, I think our district has a lot of history. Where I live is Dover and Greystone Ranch. And we have the Harlan House, we have the Glass House down the road, which was transported from closer to Dublin a few years ago. District kind of goes down to Dublin, it goes up to Montevideo, it goes over to, Doherty Valley. A lot of, where I am was called the West Side Specific Plan. And of course, everything was new at one time, but we have a lot of engaged people. I believe Mayor Hudson from that area. We've had, leadership from that area. We had Mayor Hudson. We also have you, who stepped up and did a lot of things to help him, help the city when he was ill. So I would say we have a lot of history. We have a lot of engagement. My own community, I also serve on the board of directors of my HOA. And we were concerned about the Harlan House, what they were going to do with that facility. They were concerned about traffic if a facility for the elderly was built there. But, I did go to a lot of meetings. We are active in that area. We had you over along with the police chief when we had some issues with firearms going off in the hills. And I would say our community is very engaged, and that's a good thing.
Okay. Let me just do a quick follow-up. We probably got another 30 seconds or a minute, but how about describe a little bit in terms of other facilities, government buildings, parks, schools,
Right.
Amenities,
Oh.
retail, things like that as
Sure.
well.
Well, as I said earlier, my sons, both my sons went to Neil Armstrong and also Cal High, so that is in that area. When I serve on the Senior Advisory Committee, we go to the Al Costa Senior Center, which is very important in that community. We have a lot of parks that our citizens are very find to be essential for lifestyle in San Ramon. Our parks are crucial to getting together with your fellow neighbors and also sports, and it's kind of a way to for cohesion in our community is getting together with sports. So I would say those are, like a lot of our communities, we value those assets of schools and parks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so we'll go over to India to Councilmember Veros.
Hi, Richard, thank you very much for applying for this position. I disabled my videos to save the bandwidth, the network bandwidth. So that's the only reason. I just want to let you know. First of all, as I said, thanks for applying, and also thanks for sharing your community services within the San Ramon. My question is, describe your experience in community involvement. Please provide specific examples of your contributions to San Ramon or other communities.
All right. As I said, earlier, I was my contribution before I came here was, at different levels. School level is an important way of developing yourself as you as you get older. And I think, I was an exchange student to a Navajo reservation when I was young, so that was really good at kind of learning about different cultures. And then as student body president, and then as a intern for Congressman Pete McCloskey, that was important. One of the things, when I was, it's funny that, I would talk about that far back, but when I was student body president, the Vietnam War was, I was in the middle of that war. And one of the things I did is I wanted to get the students to be aware of the POWs that were over there. And we did a letter writing campaign. I also got the wife of one of the prisoners, Lieutenant Commander Stratton, to come to my school. It was AWALT, called AWALT. In the old days, it's now called Mountain View High School. But I felt that was important so that, you had a real face of what these families were going through. And I also did, I had a march to raise money for drug rehab. And we did, other things like, money that we built a trophy case and stuff like that. But I was always kind of thinking about not only my high school, but my community. And I was kind of thinking ahead of where I might go in the future. I hope that answers
you.
your question.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Richard.
Okay. All right. Next, we'll go over to Councilmember Rubio. Your first question, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight and for applying as well.
Thank you.
My question is, what skills and experience, personal or professional, do you believe best and distinctively prepare you to serve on the city council?
Well, I deliberately wanted to be ready should an opportunity for higher leadership open up. I started with the Senior Advisory Committee, but, I was, I really think seniors are crucial in our community. They have special needs. And hopefully if we all, live a long time, we'll reach that age. And one of the issues with the seniors is isolation often. And during COVID, that was a very difficult time. And especially if you lose a spouse, you really need friends, you need a community. And I find that the senior, El Costa Senior Center fits that purpose. We have classes, we have community there, which is essential. I also was involved with Leadership San Ramon Valley, and I really enjoyed that because I love that kind of stuff where you learn about, how everything kind of fits together, how not only the city works with its various commissions, but also how we relate to other cities. And I found that to be every one of these classes. I mean, we went into health, we went into, dealing with the state on, prioritizing activity. There were so many things that I found were helpful that I think would be helpful as I hopefully go on and serve my community. So, and the Government 101 class was great. I think, as I said earlier, I developed a great respect for the law enforcement. We did tasering, we rode in a police car. And I just, it was amazing to see those officers when I did a ride along with them, what they were able to observe. As a civilian, I didn't notice everything they were noticing. They were just really sharp. And they have to do a lot of difficult things too, and notify families of loss. And I also enjoyed the planning commission or the planning class, because it gave us a scenario of kind of what members of the city council might go through and the issues, the different things that, people prioritize, and how one action will affect another action, and how you have to balance, in a city, you have to balance resources. So, I got a chance to be on the podium and present. So that was really important. And I think that gave me a lot of practical knowledge.
Great. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Councilmember Schweinert.
Good evening, Mr. Adler. My question, how would you work to ensure that San Ramon remains inclusive and welcoming to people of all cultural backgrounds and economic levels?
Well, that's a good question, because we have grown and we have changed since I moved here. And I think we've changed in a great way. Our demographics are totally different, but it doesn't matter because we all have the same challenges. We all care about our kids. We all care about our environment. And one of the things that I've seen with parks, especially with when we have the master plan with the parks and open space and so on, is that we want to, there's an interconnective element to our parks. And one of the things that we have is for the seniors, they need more benches. They need shade. We all need shade, but they especially want to, they want to have a safe outing out, make sure they have a place to, sit down when they need to. And also our parks offer so many activities where we as a community can get together and meet other people. We also do activities where we'll have different, the Denali Festival for the Indian traditions, and we are able to see the customs, the food, where they, and even my Rotary Club, we had one of the members of my Rotary Club host an activity where we learned about Denali and all about the traditions in India. And I think it's important to know where each of us originated. I'm from the Midwest, from Michigan originally, and we have sports, we have pickleball, we have so many activities where we can get together as a community, and you can't help but get to know your neighbors. And it's an opportunity to not only participate, do a healthy activity, but also make friends. And I think that is essential. I've just met so many great people in Santa Ramon, and that's why I tout the city wherever I go.
Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, back to me. A second question. When the best interests of the city as a whole are at odds with the best interest of District 2, how would you reach a fair and balanced decision?
Well, I think that is a question that all the people in the city council, have to deal with. I would, as a council member, would listen to all, ideas from the constituents in my district. There are people that want to keep things the way they are, and there are people that, we have a lot of state mandates. And for instance, with that Harlan House, again, people were concerned with the traffic and so on, but then again, we do have state mandates that we have to do. So I would have to say, obviously, if there is a state mandate, especially on percentages of the people affordability factor on housing, we have to abide by that. But we hopefully can do it in a way that is fair to the community and, explain what we are doing after, if a decision is made where it goes against maybe a lot of the people within District 2, you still have to do the right thing, and you don't want to get the city in trouble and have a lawsuit. And the thing with district voting, a lot of people didn't like this district voting, but the lawsuits that would have come if we tried to fight that would have been prohibitive. So sometimes, as a member, you have to weigh the pro and cons. And I think if you meet with the people and talk to them, meet with them in the neighborhoods, explain the situation, listen to them, and then make a balanced decision, I think the people will respect you for that. So yes, support what's best in your district, but if there are state mandates, for instance, you may have to do something that is not as popular as you'd like it to be.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Councilmember Gross, you're up.
Thank you. As you know, Richard, that one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as city is the budget. The financial status within the city, we were working pretty hard last year, and also it is going to continue this year. So my question is, please share your experience in fiscal responsibility and budget management.
Thank you, Councilmember Veros, for that question. It's a good one. I think we all would like to think that the city would be run like your own household budget. But of course, it's a lot more complicated than that. We, as a city, we have different districts. And we have run into a deficit problem the last few years. Part of it is having to do with, COVID, inflation, and it's become a big issue. And one of the reasons I worked on Measure N, yes on N, was that I wanted to hopefully get the people to agree that we needed a 1% sales tax to help our city get through these difficult times. But budget questions are ongoing, and we are taking, there is a deficit. A lot of it has to do with the Doherty Valley. Going back to the lawsuit way back when Danville and San Ramon citizens sued because there was a lot of development going on in Doherty Valley and traffic. And a decision was made, rightly or wrongly, that it really affected our long-term budget process because the county gets about 60% of the property tax revenue, which is unlike any other part. And because of that, we had to do a special assessment. And I think the assessment is about $1,500 to the people in that district. But that we still, even with that assessment, we are still running a deficit. So I think you've got to look at ways to, help yourself financially by encouraging business, especially to come in and set up shop. We live in a beautiful city, and I think it should encourage a lot of our business to come. So that encouraging business, getting more tax through that source. I mean, people have talked about, gee, it would be nice if we could get a Mercedes-Benz dealer to come in and be near the freeway, and we would be able to get that tax from them. There were decisions with Costco. Probably would have been better to have Costco here instead of Danville because we still get the traffic, but we don't get the revenue source. So although we do with the service station. So yeah, you do have to come up with creative ways to fill the gap. And I think one of the main ways is to encourage tourism, discover San Ramon, get the people to stay in our hotels, and see how beautiful we are and stay longer and spend their hard-earned money here. So that is one of the ways, but we do want to make it easier for businesses to get started. The Chamber of Commerce and other sources can work together to encourage businesses to come and set up shop here. And I think that would help us with that. And there's other ways, we can not maybe rehire people that retire. We may decide that a capital improvement project is not, we don't need to do it now. Maybe we can put it off a little ways. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that, that you have to think about that may be required to make sure we don't get back into this deficit that fortunately the Measure N was able to help, but it's not the end all of solving the problem.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rubio, number 2.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is a little bit related to Councilmember Rivera's question, but I guess maybe what you could give a little more insight will be more on, just kind of the caveat being, how do you vet budgetary issues and proposals, and what sources would you turn to, or do you turn to?
As far as the budget itself, or
Like, if, for example, we just had this budgetary crisis recently, and we had to make a lot of critical cuts that were very, very difficult, right? I mean, these weren't things we wanted to do. It was just a reality of the revenues we had and what we had available to us. Assuming you're sitting in this position, what would be the questions you would ask yourself first to vet those proposals, those budgetary proposals, and what would be the sources you turn to under those circumstances?
Well, we have for one thing, we have a great staff. I mean, there's different ways of getting information, but our staff here, I've worked with them. I've seen how they work with the city council and other departments, and they do a lot of our research. I mean, we certainly need to do our own, I would say, consulting other cities who have similar problems. I was talking to a buddy of mine who I graduated from high school with, and he was mayor of Mountain View, and we talked about business and how do you entice business. So there are a lot of ways. I mean, of course, talking to the people, getting feedback is essential. Find out, what do the people think? What do the citizens of San Ramon and District 2 specifically think we should do? But I think you want to do when you're in a situation, you want to do the best thing and not hurt as few people as possible. As far as we had to cut the finances from every department, I think about 10%. I mean, that's one way to do it. As I said, you have to do maybe capital improvement projects are not going to be done as often for our infrastructure, for our facilities, our community centers. But I think we have a great amount of talent in the Leadership San Ramon class that I took. You're talking to the mayor of Danville, you're talking to Newell over there, and the cities, we all go through similar problems, I think. So I think some of the communities some of the bodies that are not just city bodies, but they're more county bodies, I think we need to rely on discussing these topics with the different transportation authorities, and we have so many different entities that are in the county, but they service the same general region. So I would reach out and get as much information from the staff as well as other communities to get the answers that we're looking for to make it the best choice possible for our budget.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Freina.
What role do you believe public safety plays in maintaining San Ramon's quality of life, and how would you support our police and fire services?
Well, I think the polls that have been done in the community show that public safety is probably number one for the citizens of San Ramon, and it's certainly understandable. Your home is your castle, and you want it to be safe. I think the guidelines that the city council has set, that was the number one That was the number one idea of what's most important to the citizens. So, you know, to maintain a, you know, safe and secure environment is number one. And we do that, not only the citizens, but, you know, at our homes, but we also need to protect our retail. And that has been under fire. We've had break-ins in our retail. And so we got to make sure that we reach out and work with retail to make sure that we help them do the things to protect their businesses. You know, we want to have a you know, a robust protection plan. We want to resource our the police. We have approximately, you know, we've got our chief, and we've got about 70 officers, we've got staff, and we need to make sure that they're properly resourced. And we also got a grant, I understand, about a $5.5 million grant to protect, you know, our businesses and help them. We use our drones. We have a new police facility, which has been built the last couple of years and fire in the same area. And so we have to use new technology, I think, to answer these questions. We have to use, you know, cameras. We want to be able to track the people that may want to do us harm. And we want to work with other counties and other cities to do that. So, and also, you know, it's important, not only within our homes and so on, but our vehicles. We need to be safe in our community with our driving, with our bicycles, with our pedestrian travel, through education. You know, we can do that with capital plans to improve, you know, trails and roads, use smart systems, intelligent traffic systems that help. That's a big issue, because we are able to kind of control traffic and make it more efficient. You know, another area that's important to me is mental health. And as the president of the Doherty Valley San Ramon Rotary Club for the next 5 or 6 months, my priority was mental health. Besides all the good things we do in the community, you know, I had a classmate in high school that committed suicide, and you know, I know what kids are going through. I know with social media how they are affected, and it can be deadly, you know, and so we need to reach out to those entities within the you know, within our city and in the county. And one of the things I did in our club was to issue a small grant for Teen Esteem, which is a way that in fact, we did that initially with the Leadership San Ramon Valley class. We raised money there. That's when I kind of got to know about them. And so one of the grants we issued, besides to education and history, historical foundation, is we also did one for the mental health and to help our kids, because you know, it's nothing more important obviously than our kids, but it's not just the kids, it's all people go through difficult times, and we need to help them out. So that's some of the tools I would use to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, Robert, we're coming to the last round here.
Really?
Okay. You talked a little bit about this earlier, but here's my third question. If a state law requires a city to do something and you don't agree with the law or the results that it may bring, what would you do? And, you know, prior to making a decision, what options would you consider? And I'll give you a follow-on question to that is going to be, how would you explain what your decision was to an angry public?
Well, you know, I think we need to have a vigorous communication with the state legislature and our own, you know, assembly person and state senator, for instance. And I do have a relationship with the Rebecca Bauer Cahan, in that I was able to get her support for for Measure N. And I've kind of, worked with her in various ways. But I think you want to see if maybe there can be some changes, if there are some practical ways to change maybe a law that is not fair. And maybe there's enough people that may want to do that. But if there is a law that requires us to do something, we do, need to carry it out. I mean, we can also do more than the law requires and make it more stringent than the state requirements are. There was we had an issue with the lockbox for safety in our homes, and I was, I felt that was important for the safety within our own home, and so we were able to get an ordinance, passed in that area. But I would say work with the legislature, your own legislator, but they're only one of many. So it may not always be possible to change the law, but I would work to modify it or maybe change it so it's more beneficial for the citizens of our city.
Yeah, let me ask that second part of the question is like,
Yeah.
say we had to make a decision, state law wins.
Yeah.
We don't like it.
Yeah.
How do you explain that to the public?
Well, I think you need to be very upfront with them. I think you need to talk about the history of the issue and what we have done as a city to to try to maybe modify the law, modify the requirement, and show that we've done our due diligence. We can only go so far, I think, in getting changes made, because if there's a state law, it trumps, often trumps, because the city law. So I would say, be very upfront, meet with the people. Don't try to hide anything from the people. They'll figure it out. They're smart people. And they have probably been thinking some of the same things that you as a council member have been thinking. So be upfront, get their input, and then make that final decision and move on, because you can't get hung up. You gotta just do what's best after you weigh the pros and cons.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Rose, back over to you.
Thank you. This is my third question, the last question, Richard. So how would you prioritize issues such as housing, traffic congestion, public safety, and environmental sustainability in San Ramon? These are everything we always receive that all are these like top priority, but then we have limited resources, right? So how you are going to make sure that we prioritize these issues? If you want to.
What was that last one? Srihar, what was the last issue you said?
Yeah. So I'll just repeat. The first one is housing. Second one is traffic congestion. Third, public safety, which you already touched base on public safety, but public safety and environmental sustainability.
Well, I think, public safety is the first thing that you have to prioritize, because if there's a harm to you or your family, I mean, the rest is not as important. I know we do that as a city. We do prioritize that. But, for instance, as far as the budget, I mean, I think number two is probably providing services to our citizens, to the public. We all rely on the services, but we are strapped. We need to figure out creative ways to do that so that we can serve the people. We have to have the finances. And as I said earlier, it requires small business and, everybody working together. We also have environmental, because that's a health and safety issue. And we have, you know, it's important with the greenhouse gas effect. You know, they were talking about recently about how, you know, the internal combustion engine and all the pollutants that go out affect our health. So it's something that is all, you know, related. So I would say safety. I would say, you know, a strong finances, make sure that we are a well-run city that can provide for our citizens and the services they need. And I also think, you know, the health is, you know, of course, that's, you talk about police and everything, but health is also crucial. And you know, I think there's got to, those are probably the most important. But I think with our you know, we have to build and maintain our facilities and our infrastructure. But I think we can, you know, as I said earlier, we can kind of maybe delay some of the improvements, the capital improvements that may not be, you know, necessary right now to do, and still provide the services, and maybe, but we do, you know, it's all intertwined, but we got to work with whatever the money we have to provide for the resources in our city. So I think, so those are some of the most important ones that I can think of. But they're all important. You know, all our services are important. So I hope
Yeah.
that gives you some idea what the direction I'm going there.
Just a follow-up question. So, how about housing? Housing side, what do you think we need to do in order to provide housing for affordable housing, especially if I want to mention like specifically about affordable housing, so that we can bring more young adults as well as provide housing for our first responders?
Oh yeah, I think we need to make special we need to make special agreements that we house our first responders and give them, you know, housing that is more affordable because they're so essential to our health and safety. There are different ways of, you know, bringing in more housing. You know, we can do like in-law developments and so on, but there's also the idea of infill, where we take maybe a business area that is not being utilized. And there was an example of that recently that it was the city council brought up over at Crow Canyon Place, I believe. And it was 40 years ago when our city was first founded, it was a business. But now they are going to build housing because that is a priority. Our housing is a priority. So I think, you know, you need to be creative with, but you've got to balance the amount. You need to have the amounts that will serve our people so that they can work in the city and support their families. You know, they're often smaller square foot than maybe they were initially when the city was young, but you still have to accommodate, because we do have requirements from the state that we have to meet. So we do have to find the housing. So, you know, I say infill is one of the ways we do that. We have, you know, the Orchard Park area, which is going to be our new area where Chevron was. And so we have different, you know, we want to make sure that we balance housing, and we have retail, and we have parks and so on. So that is one of the ways that we do it is, you know, because we do have all those elements that have to be, you know, I think the last guideline is balancing, you know, the open space with the housing, with the retail, and so it can be done. We may have to, you know, and one of the things I think is important, in my work on the Senior Advisory Committee is we want to make sure that housing for seniors, we want to try to get maybe one-story buildings so that they are able to live and not have difficulty with the stairs. Whereas other members of our community may not, they'll want a double story for that. So we have to find, we have to find, and we have been finding places to house, our residents who, our downtown area or City Walk area is an amazing thing. And we've used the idea of, having housing close to our businesses. And hopefully if you work, for instance, at Bishop Ranch, you could walk from one of the communities in that area and not have to drive, or maybe you can use your bike. So that's, we do have mandates, but we also want to make sure that we are meeting the citizens' needs to have that housing and, maybe have an encouraged in-law housing upon the property of the people that want it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
Thank
Number
you.
3.
Okay, great. Thank you. What do you consider your top 3 priority city issues, and how do you propose to address them?
Well, I think that the first one, as I said, is the police, it's security, making sure that our community is safe. And again, it requires, police reaching out to the community. The police, our police, Denton Carlson and the police staff have come over to the senior El Costa Senior Center, and they've met with our citizens there. But I encourage, because of the importance of our safety, that we have opportunities for our police to meet with the public and share ideas about safety and how they can make their house more safe. So, and the education that I talked about, and also, capital improvement on the roads and making the roads safe. And so that would be number one. I think besides that, it's, the housing again is important in that we do it in a responsible way. We didn't do it responsibly really because I think with the county, with the Doherty Valley, when that was annexed, and that was done in a kind of a staged way as housing was built, we didn't have enough businesses out there. And so people had to drive more. They didn't have places in their neighborhood that they could shop. So, I think it's important that those go hand in hand. We want housing, but we also want to have retail, and we want to have people having the businesses they need to, support their family and so on. And I think our parks are just so important. One of the reasons our city was founded, I think in 83 is we wanted to protect our parks. And we have Athens Downs, and Mr. Athens said that was one of the reasons that they founded the city, is to protect our open space. I think we've got about I think it's like 6.5 acres per 1,000 residents, something like that. We want to make sure that we keep a good ratio of open space and with the public, so they don't have to drive far, and that those parks are in the community. We also want to work with the East Bay Regional Parks District, because our parks go to the county, but then we have the county parks that are connected to our parks. So we have to work with that entity. So I think parks are also essential. And we want to keep that ratio going so that our citizens have that place where they can, you know, have athletic activities. They can meet with members of their family, meet with members of their neighborhoods, and, you know, have that connection that is so important that, you know, we've got the connection, we've got the walkability, you know, so many factors that have to be looked at. So that would be the other, I think, one of the other areas besides the environmental ones, which has become a big factor. You know, we have the, you know, we have the ad hoc committee that was started last year to look at those issues, although it's something, the greenhouse gas is something that we've been dealing with for a while. But I think looking at, you know, what we can do as a community to make it healthier and to capture greenhouse gases is another important thing to make sure that we're doing what's good for the health of our citizens.
All right, Councilmember Ryan.
Mr. Adler, final question. How would you foster partnerships with local schools, businesses, and community organizations to enhance San Ramon's quality of life?
Well, I think with businesses, I think talked a little bit about the fact that we, you know, we want to make sure that we are a welcoming community. So I know that's been a concern with you as a business person in San Ramon, to be able to make it so that we make the process of starting a business within San Ramon easier. So we explain the process to them. We want to make sure that, you know, if they have if they've decided to rent some property, that they have their license and there's not a delay if they, you know, qualify, that they are able to start up. And we do that again with the Chamber of Commerce. You know, we can have you know, groups to. I would suggest that, you know, we have groups that reach out to help people that are starting a business, to help them thrive, because business is one of the most difficult things you can do. Unfortunately, the majority of businesses do not thrive. And I think if we can help, that is important to get them up and running. With the schools, you know, my club has reached out to a number of our schools, and we have Rotary Club has a dictionary project, and we go to meet with third graders at different schools, and we, you know, it's kind of an old idea. People think, well, do we really need to hand out an actual dictionary? But it's a good thing, and to learn how to get ready to, you know, for your academic life. So I say, you know, we need to meet with our schools in that sense, but we also need to, you know, meet with the presidents, for instance, you know, meet with in my community the principal of Neil Armstrong, and so explain and get in. You know, we need to get impact, or we need to get insight on what their issues are, so that we can help them, because our education is also extremely important. And that's one of the, you know, main reasons people come to San Ramon is we have a very strong community. And, you know, I've worked with, you know, we have the educational, you know, events in the city where we run for education. And, you know, we have Rachel Hurd, who's on the school board, and she helps with that. We have other members. So those kind of outreach to the schools and to the community are important. And that, you had one more issue, one more area, and I can't remember what that was.
It was community organization.
Oh, community organizations. Well, I mean, I'm involved in a community organization with the Rotary Club, and we work, you know, I'm part of you know, the President's Club for our 4 Rotary clubs. And we are in Danville. We are also in, another club in San Ramon. And so we are local, and we all kind of collaborate, to work with our community to help do good things. The park cleanup, the painting the fences, and the the other things that we do for our community. And again, a good way to get together, do constructive things to maintain our city. Because, that's one of those things, capital improvement projects. Well, if you can get out there with your club members and your citizens and get out there and actually do that work, painting the fence and cleaning the trail, it's a good way to do that, and also, be a good bonding experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that-
Okay. I think
That's it?
that brings us to conclusion on the questions.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an opportunity to give a closing, say what you want here for the next 2 minutes.
All right. Thanks very much. I moved, as I said earlier, I moved with my wife and our kids to San Ramon because of the beauty of the city, the hills, the schools, the safe qualities of our city. Very proud to have lived here during that time and seen my kids thrive, and go on and do other things. And the last one moved out of the house fairly recently, so that was a good thing as well, because they, the reason we are a great city is because we are involved and people step up to serve. And, I got to recognize, Dave Hudson, Scott Perkins. Dave Hudson's pretty much a founding father of the city when you look at his career. And it's because people like that are willing to step up and, spend time solving problems. And we have gone through a great change, practically doubled the size of our city, because we have looked ahead, we have planned, we have engaged with our fellow citizens to talk about issues and find solutions. So I think that I'm a person that is good at collaboration. I respect all of you and what you have done. I respect the different committees that we have. We've got people that go way back that have, because they care about San Ramon, they have gone way out of their way to, meet late at night because they want us to continue to do the things to make sure that we remain a great city. And we do have challenges. We do have budgetary challenges, but I think, working together and having a common purpose and, finding agreement on different areas as we work with the public is something that I would look forward to doing to solve the problems. Where we just celebrated 40 years. Well, for the next 40 years, I hope, and we'll have different people, but we all need to reach out and work together to do what's best for San Ramon. So I thank you for the opportunity to talk about that, and good luck to you with the decisions you have to make.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Thanks for being first in the hot seat, and thanks for stepping up to
Thank you.
volunteer to serve. And thanks for all that you've already done and
I
service
appreciate it.
to our
Appreciate the
community.
kind words.
We've got a few more applicants, so, but we will be making a decision tonight. All right, Richard. Right. All right, so we're behind schedule a little bit here by what, about 25 minutes. So yeah, so but that's we got a little bit of a late start, but we'll continue to drive on here. We've got Kyle Levy is next in the barrel. And who is Christine out getting?
Yeah.
Kyle?
Would it be right if we take 5 minutes? We're outside real quick?
Yeah, take a break. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, take a quick stretch break. Don't delay too long because we're already behind a little bit.
For embracing the. Thank you.
And because he may be here and ready to roll. He is here and ready to roll. Kyle, we're taking a quick break, but we'll be with you in a second. Councilmember Veros, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
All right, great. All right. We'll call down our next applicant, Kyle Levy. Thank you for joining us today. The way the process is going to go, we'll give you 2 minutes for an opening statement. Then we each have 3 questions. We're going to go round robin style. I'll start, followed by Councilmember Veros, who's in India right now, and then Councilmember Rubio, Councilmember Zweinak. And then at the very end, after we've kind of asked our 3 questions, then we'll give you the opportunity to do a 2-minute close as well. And so with that, go ahead and get started, and we'll turn it over to you for a 2-minute opening.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Kyle Levy, and I am thrilled to be here tonight to have the opportunity to discuss my qualifications with you for the District 2 City Council seat. I've been a resident of San Ramon for the last 25 years, all of that in District 2. I got to grow up here. I went to Pine Valley Middle School and graduated from Cal High and served on the teen council while I was going there. And then I went off to earn a political science degree, followed by a law degree, and then come back here and get settled. I got hired by the Castro Valley Sanitary District and work there doing administrative project management. And it's a job that I love, working to help provide services to that community. And then in my own community here, I wanted to kind of develop my community education and completed the city's Government 101 class, the Citizens Planning Academy. I took the Leadership San Ramon Valley program. And then I applied to be part of the Library Advisory Committee and served on that, and then got involved with the board of the San Ramon Library Foundation, and currently serve on the Parks and Community Services Commission. And also I was the campaign treasurer for the successful Yes on Measure N sales tax campaign. I'm here tonight because I know that my experience in local government decision-making, both for my actual job and in my free time here, can be extremely beneficial to being a voice for the people of District 2 on this council, and to help be a constructive partner to evaluating the issues that San Ramon has to deal with and help to shape the future of this city. And I believe that the experience I have, both from my professional career and in my civic involvement, can really be a benefit. And I look forward to your questions and to discuss that further. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kyle. I'll start it off. And I'd like you to describe District 2 in as many ways as you can to a person who's never seen it and knows nothing about District 2.
Sure. Well, like I said, I've lived in District 2 for 25 years. It's a sort of sprawling southern part of San Ramon. It's mostly residential, and it's sort of the older residential part of San Ramon. So a lot of the housing is on the older side. It has a lot of important schools, including California High School, and all the traffic issues that can create sometimes. It has some important recreation facilities. The Alcosta Senior Community Center is located there, Forest Home Farms. It has a little bit of retail, the Country Club Village Shopping Center, the Gateway Shopping Center. And then I think one of the defining features of it is the San Ramon Golf Club, which is a course that's kind of nestled in among a lot of the residential properties. And in addition to providing golf for the people who enjoy that, provides a great place to walk by, to walk dogs, and provide some natural beauty for the people who live here. It's a very quiet, very safe, very well-maintained part of the district, part of the city, excuse me. And I think that's the best way to sum it up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we'll go over to Councilmember Veros. You're up.
Hey, Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you very much for applying for this position. It's like, we are all busy with a lot of things, but then someone stepping up to serve our city is always a great thing. So thanks. My first question, which most of the stuff that you pretty much touch base during your initial opening statement, but I want to make sure you give some specific examples. Okay, so my question is, describe your experience in community involvement please provide specific examples of your contributions to San Ramon or other communities.
Sure. In terms of specifics, one thing that comes to mind immediately is in some of my first Parks Commission meetings after being appointed, we reviewed the Crow Canyon Gardens Master Plan and the kind of direction for that property, which has been sort of a wide-ranging issue, to put it mildly, for the city over the last several years. And there's still a long way to go on it. But the input that I got to provide, admittedly pretty late in that process, I think was very helpful. It was my pleasure to kind of do a deep dive into that issue and discuss it with some of my fellow commissioners and really try to help, even somewhat late in the process, shape a vision for that property that I think the city's going to be pretty excited about. In terms of other community involvement, the San Ramon Library Foundation is very important to me. I wanted to get more involved in the library after being on the Library Advisory Committee, because I saw that that was only part of the picture. The Library Foundation is sort of the booster club for the libraries in this community, and we're fortunate enough to have two of them, Doherty Station and the San Ramon Library, and they're both heavily used by this community. And I've been involved with helping to plan fundraisers for the foundation and carry out the jazz concert series, which is very popular for that, and try to, just in general, provide support to the libraries, especially in a time of budget crises where they're not necessarily, in the safe zone. They're often kind of on the chopping block, and resources can be tight, and being able to be part of an organization that helps alleviate some of that pressure is very important to me. And then lastly, I'll just say for my actual job for the Castro Valley Sanitary District, that's a unincorporated community very nearby. It's like a 20-minute commute. And we provide the wastewater and solid waste services for that community, which is unincorporated, so they don't have a city government to advocate for them. And being part of a relatively small team that helps provide a voice to a lot of residents who don't necessarily have one there is very important to me. And I feel like with the small team that we are, I've been able to make a real difference and contribute to helping to improve the quality of life there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
Hello, Mr. Levy. Thank you for joining us tonight. My first question is, what skills and experience, personal or professional, do you believe best and distinctively prepare you to serve on the city council?
Sure. As I said in my opening, local government decision-making is both my career and my passion. Not only did I, make it my day job, I also decided to make it a lot of my hobbies as well, and to kind of really devote my free time to doing it. I've helped prepare, staff reports that go into the agenda packets for my agency, and then, reviewed agenda packets in my capacity as a Parks Commissioner. I know the deep dive that goes into staff preparing those for the benefit and consumption of this council or a body like it. And then I also know how to review that information when it's provided to me as a decision maker in that capacity. I think that skill set and that knowledge is incredibly important for a position such as, the District 2 council member or any member of this council, in order to effectively evaluate information that's being presented to you, to ask the right questions, to know that what's in the agenda packet is sometimes, it's always important, but sometimes what's not in the agenda packet and the questions that you need to zero in on and ask are even more important. And being able to discern what's there and what's not is an incredibly important skill for, I think, any member of this council to have. And I think I already have that knowledge and can help bring that to the table to be a constructive partner. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zweinet.
Is it Levy or Levy?
It's Levy.
Levy, Mr. Levy, good evening. How would you work to ensure that San Ramon remains inclusive and welcoming to people of all cultural backgrounds and economic levels?
I think San Ramon does an excellent job of this already, which, to be entirely honest, I don't think was always the case. And some of that is because there have been a lot of changes that have occurred in San Ramon. The San Ramon that exists today is much bigger than the San Ramon I moved to 25 years ago, and it is much, much more diverse. And I think the city, as that diversity has happened, has responded to it by supporting local community organizations such as Agamoni with the annual Durga Puja event. and really providing support to make that happen. I think the Culture and Community event is an incredible showcase of the diversity of San Ramon and the programs that so many communities offer here. And I would, in addition to just, not just showcasing it, I also think the city has gone out of its way to really form true cultural partnerships to help ensure that talents from communities and groups that aren't necessarily represented at a majority level get widespread recognition and get widespread promotion. So in terms of what I would do specifically, I think encouraging those current initiatives is absolutely important. And I think looking for any opportunity to expand them that we can, I think is even more important. Again, I think building on the quality of life that we've already helped to generate in San Ramon, I think is the key to helping to ensure that the diverse populations are well served, well represented, and appreciated here. And I would continue to do that. Thank you.
All right. That was pretty quick for round one. Yeah, you've got up to 3 minutes per question if you choose to use it, but you don't need to use it 3 minutes. My second question is, when the best interests of the city as a whole are at odds with the best interests of District 2, how would you reach a fair and balanced decision?
It's a good distinction to draw. The residents of the various city council districts all are residents of the one city, and San Ramon is a city for all of us and as a legal entity. The interests of that really do have to come before the interests of any one particular district. I think the role of a council member is to gather input and feedback based on the experiences that they have from living in the district and from what they hear from their neighbors and from the conversations they have with the communities that they live in. And then to bring that feedback to the council level in a discussion with issues that affect San Ramon as a whole and may come at the expense of their particular district. I think it's important to keep in mind that the interests of the district occasionally do need to take a backseat to the interests of San Ramon as a whole. And as a council member, it's important to be able to explain that distinction and that difference to your constituents, to your neighbors, and essentially show your work for the decisions that are made. Explain why, San Ramon needed to do this and how, even though you were constrained by the overall needs of that decision, how you advocated for the concerns of your district as best as you could. And that's not always going to be, a successful or an easy conversation, but it's a conversation you need to be prepared to have if you're going to seek a position like this. And I think I understand that distinction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Rose, over to you.
Thank you. My second question, this is related to our last year challenges, and it is going to be our this year challenge, that is about budget, right? So we had to go through some challenges and also we put some solutions. So my question around that is, give us share your experience in fiscal responsibilities and budget management.
It's very good, Councilmember Veros, that you bring up the city's fiscal challenges, of which I became intimately familiar with last year when I was involved with the Measure to End Sales Tax campaign. San Ramon is a city that has made so many fiscally responsible decisions that it personally bothered me that it ended up in the position that it did, because I think it helped demonstrate the limitations to the retail footprint that we have, the sales tax rates that we had in place, some of the legacy agreements that have kind of handcuffed San Ramon on a larger context. And I think within the boundaries of those overall restrictions, being able to have a conversation with the residents and explain that the city has engaged on a fiscally responsible path and yet still ended up in this kind of position. That's a difficult conversation to have. I appreciate that staff and this council were willing to have it. And it resonated so strongly with me and with other residents that we decided to try to help and do something about it and continue to advocate for the revenue measure after this council approved putting it on the ballot. And as part of that experience, just to diverge into the campaign just a little bit, we had to connect, door to door with neighbors. We had to explain how important Measure N was to preserving the quality of life in this city. And I think that resonated with a lot of residents too, to be able to understand that in order to continue to enjoy that high quality of life that we all have, it does need to be paid for. And sometimes that requires a certain degree of sacrifice, and that sacrifice is worth it. In terms of my specific experience, in addition to Measure N, on the Parks and Community Services Commission, we're responsible for reviewing the fee schedule that the city has for Parks and Community Services programs, and to evaluate and weigh the pros and cons of certain adjustments or increases here, and to take into account a lot of factors such as cost recovery, maintaining a comparable position, trying to ensure that programs and facilities are accessible to communities and to individuals who can't necessarily have that level of access. And I think on the whole, staff and the commission tried to do a good job of balancing those concerns. I will also say for my actual job at the Castro Valley Sanitary District that I'm intimately involved in helping to develop the budget for certainly my department and some of the others there. And I'm also in charge of the tax roll assessment process that Castro Valley Sanitary District does to get most of its revenue. And that generates about $11 million. My role in that process is to prepare the assessments and to submit them and verify the accuracy of them to ensure that the district has the revenue that it needs for what it wants to do. And so that's a conversation that I have with management and balance with our board of directors all the time. So I think that sums up my experience with financial management.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
Okay, so the somewhat similar question with a small little caveat in there. How do you vet budgetary issues and proposals? What sources do you turn to?
I think in a general sense, for a body of this context, seeking out the staff that proposes those budget proposals and asking questions such as, why are you proposing an increase to this program, or why are you proposing continuing this program? Has this program yielded results? And having that conversation with staff. Certainly, I know I've had to have conversations like that in my day job with our board of directors about certain programs. So staff is the first resource to turn to. I think also it's important to evaluate the results of the programs and that are offered or the items that are budgeted for, and to evaluate also how sustainable they are in terms of if we approve the spending for this item this year, what happens next year? Is there likely to be projected revenue to cover it? Is it going to put us too deep in the hole, and are we going to have to maybe cut back at that point? In addition to kind of putting together the budget for the current year, you really do have to kind of project into the future and make sure that spending decisions that you're approving or reviewing are something that could be continued or sustained on a long-term basis. And I think that consideration is absolutely paramount too for a decision-making body, particularly at the local government level, where there are so many restrictions in terms of revenue sources and then spending that absolutely has to happen. And I think balancing those concerns and relying on expert advice from staff and a public process to get input from the residents about their priorities. It's a complicated dance, but I think when you weigh all the factors, you can usually end up with good results.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Reyna.
What role do you believe public safety plays in maintaining San Ramon's quality of life, and how would you support our police and fire services?
It's an interesting question because I think public safety and quality of life are heavily intertwined, and particularly in San Ramon as a whole. When most people say, the concept of public safety, your mind goes to police officers, first responders, firefighters, things of that nature. And that's absolutely the most important part of it. But I think also the overall high quality of life enters into public safety. I think people enjoy being able to, relax and spend money in places where they feel safe. And so the high quality of life helps feed into public safety. If a shopping center, for example, is well maintained and beautiful and has parks near it, that's quality of life that contributes to public safety. People feel safe spending time there and spending money. I think so that's one side of it. The other side is the quality of life does depend on public safety. San Ramon spends almost a third of its general fund on police services, which is it's a high percentage, but I think it's bared clear dividends. San Ramon is one of the safest communities in the entire country. And that's not just my opinion, that's a fact with the statistics to back it up. And I think when the city has that level of public safety already, at some significant cost and effort achieved, it's possible to expand that with creative initiatives that engage residents and really take it a step further. The recent, organized retail theft prevention grant that we obtained and the task force that helps fund is a good example of that. That's not something that a city with more significant crime problems that have to be addressed first could contemplate going for. I know how difficult it is to apply for grants and the ongoing reporting requirements that you're under once you have them. And our police department is the fact that they are able to balance a responsibility like that with the public safety that they already provide is truly remarkable. So in terms of what I would do to specifically to support the police department and the San Ramon Valley Fire District, it's maintaining the commitment of resources that we already have to those departments, I think is paramount. That's something that San Ramon does extremely right. And then ensuring that if they have needs that, need to be identified or staff positions that they'd like to fill, to really take a look at seeing, if filling those can be prioritized in the larger context of the budget, which is not always possible. But I think being able to fairly evaluate it and determine, how can we provide that support and to demonstrate that commitment to those departments and to that division of what makes San Ramon special. I think public safety has always been a huge priority in San Ramon, and I think that needs to be honored and respected because it's working. Thank you.
All right, my third question, getting into the final round already. My third question here is, if a state law requires a city to do something and you don't agree with that law or the results that it may bring, what would you do? And prior to making a decision, what options would you consider? And I'll throw a final twist into that. How would you explain your decision to an angry public? I can repeat some of that if you want. State law requires a city to do something. You don't agree with that law and the results it may bring. What would you do prior to making a decision? What options would you consider? How would you explain your decisions to the public?
That's definitely one of the main restrictions that local governments operate under, is that being beholden to external mandates, whether it's in this case the state, I think is the clearest actor, but sometimes it's the county and or even the federal government and others. I think when there's a conflict between what San Ramon wants to do and what the state allows it to do, I think it's important for this council to evaluate, with the city attorney and legal representation, is this worth fighting for at a cost that would make sense to residents, and would the chances of prevailing actually make that something that we should do? And the answer to that is going to often be no, because litigation is incredibly expensive, and particularly if the state's the one passing the law, the deck is often stacked in their favor in terms of prevailing. So would it make sense in such a case for the city to, devote significant, time and resources to engaging in litigation that will ultimately be unsuccessful, most likely, just to make a point? I would say, no, that's not a responsible decision. I think the most responsible thing when, that's the reality that you're given as a decision maker from your legal counsel, that's the advice that they give. The most responsible thing is to then look at accepting, we're not going to be able to get exactly what we want out of this. So how can we best serve the interests of San Ramon within the context of this action that we need to take, or this decision we need to comply with? Because that's where there is some discretion to potentially help tailor solutions that still fit, the priorities of San Ramon without actually achieving, 100% of what we want. It's not a negotiation with the state by any means, but there's always a possibility to work in some sort of input to help, look out for what makes San Ramon special, or for the interests of San Ramon. In terms of explaining that to angry constituents, I think often And I'll say, public outreach and engagement it's part of what I do. I've seen the value of it, both in my day job and here. Often explaining to the public, what the regulation from the state was and why your chances of prevailing and fighting it in court were not great, and how much money that would have cost, and thus how much money you save by not doing so. That's not necessarily going to satisfy everyone, but it's an important part of the conversation because at the end of the day, residents want responsible decisions, and spending a lot of money on a fruitless lawsuit is probably not a responsible decision. And then also, making sure to advise residents of what you did do to try to represent their interests, and how you have tried to tailor a solution that still looks out for San Ramon as best as possible within the confines of a decision that, San Ramon just has to do. That we have no choice. That's again, not a conversation that every member of the public is going to be happy with the results of. There are some people who will see it as, blame shifting or finger pointing. But the reality is that that's how local governments have to operate, is that sometimes we don't get to have our say, particularly when Sacramento decides that they know best and have kind of a one size fits all solution for the whole state. I do think that residents often don't fully understand that distinction, and I do think it is incumbent upon the city to help explain that, not as an excuse, but as an explanation of these are the facts, these are the rules of the game that we all have to play by, and we did the best we could within those boundaries. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Veros, third question.
Thank you. So Kyle, one of the big challenge as a council member is prioritizing the issues. We have different issues as well as challenges that we need to prioritize and make sure we deliver that to our community based on their needs, right? So my third question is, how would you prioritize issues such as housing, traffic congestion, public safety, and environmental sustainability in San Ramon?
All of the issues you identified, Councilmember Veros, are important to the people of the city and to the direction of San Ramon. In terms of prioritizing them, some of it is not entirely within the decision-making power of San Ramon, as Mayor Armstrong alluded to in his earlier question, with mandates from the state in regards to housing. Addressing those requirements has to be a priority in terms of maintaining San Ramon's legal safety in the eyes of Sacramento, in terms of helping to ensure that we have a growth plan that fits for San Ramon within the bounds of what we're required to do. I think that has to be a priority in which everything else kind of stems from, because with housing, and addressing that in a responsible manner at the forefront, then the after effects of things like traffic and public safety issues that additional housing creates, those can be addressed in the context of housing being prioritized. And I think sustainability, environmental sustainability in particular, is not in conflict with those three things. I think it's particularly in California, an incredibly paramount concern that the regulatory environment is very open to addressing. I think San Ramon has already been a leader in environmental sustainability for a long time in terms of using recycled wastewater for irrigation purposes. That's something that a lot of other local areas are starting to do now that San Ramon has done for a long time. I think the Trash-Free San Ramon initiative is also a priority that it is a priority that we've made to ensure sustainable use of resources and to ensure that we're not trying to contribute actively to a landfill or a waste diversion problem. And I think environmental sustainability is an important part of housing elements. It's an important part of traffic. It's an important part of public safety, because a lot of resources get devoted to it. And in order to comply with a lot of those external mandates that Mayor Armstrong alluded to earlier, a lot of them have environmental sustainable elements that San Ramon has already done a great job of meeting and being a leader on. So to boil it down to your question, I think housing is probably a priority above traffic and public safety, with environmental sustainability being an element that follows from all of those things.
Thank you, Kyle.
All right, Councilmember Rubio.
Thank you. So my final question to you is what do you, it's again somewhat similar. We did not have a chance to cross-reference our questions here. So what do you consider your top 3 priority city issues and how would you propose addressing them?
Absolutely. I think number one, and it is admittedly kind of a wide-ranging priority, is quality of life. San Ramon, this quality of life in San Ramon is incredibly high. I think for the most part, it's one of the best that you can encounter in almost anywhere in this Bay Area. The high levels of public safety, the high levels of the large amount of recreational facilities that are offered, the excellent schools, well-maintained streets, the quality of life and maintaining that in the face of all the transformation that the city is currently having to go through because of those housing mandates, I think is paramount. And making decisions which look out for that quality of life, if at all, whenever possible. In order to do that, I think fiscal responsibility also is the key on which that entire foundation is laid, because without a fiscally sustainable base to build off of, quality of life becomes a lot more difficult, as we saw, with the budget cuts and Measure N. Without, being able to ensure that we're wisely managing the revenue we have and planning for the future and ensuring that our spending levels are within the range of what we can afford, then that could lead to fiscal instability, which could imperil quality of life significantly for the entire city. And I think that's paramount to keep in mind as well. And then I think public engagement and public outreach to residents to both, explain some of those external mandates that we're confined by, I think is important because that helps set the tone for all the support from residents and the input from the community that we receive. And I think it's also important to kind of, have a conversation with residents constantly about how the resources that they provide us in the form of tax revenue and such is being used in a wise manner. I think the city shouldn't talk about taxes only when there's an issue with the budget. I mean, it should be an ongoing conversation to demonstrate what those taxes pay for, to help connect, the checks that they pay to the county in property taxes or the sales tax that they pay when they make purchases, to connect those to paying for the quality of life that we all appreciate, the police department, the safe streets, the wonderful parks. All of that is a conversation that I think the city does some good outreach for. I think honestly that there could be additional efforts in that department to help really have an ongoing conversation, really, connect those dots in a more concrete way on a more ongoing basis. So I would like to see that, and I would absolutely prioritize doing that to help ensure that the quality of life and the fiscal responsibility are adequately communicated to the residents, and also that there's a way for residents to, voice their concerns about those issues to this council on an ongoing basis, and help give the council the ability they need to ensure that those concerns are being addressed as best as possible. Quality of life, fiscal responsibility, and public outreach and engagement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Schwena.
Third and final question before your closing. On that same thread, how would you foster partnerships with local schools, businesses, and community organizations to enhance the San Ramon's quality of life?
This is not a way of getting out of your question. I think San Ramon already does an excellent job with those partnerships, particularly with the school district and the shared recreational facility memorandum of understanding that we have with them. That's a somewhat unique partnership that not every community enjoys with its school district. I think a whole lot of what makes San Ramon special is the community groups and engagement that we have. And not just the fact that those groups exist, but the fact that the city supports so many of them at such a high level. I've seen firsthand with the Library Foundation how much support the city provides to the foundation to carry out its activities. And provide facilities and resources and things of that nature. And then in terms of the sort of business and economic aspect of that, I think the city has an incredibly strong partnership with its Chamber of Commerce, which I know historically not necessarily always been the case, but I think right now it's in a really good place. I think the chamber and having them be ambassadors for San Ramon and for the business community here is vital to attracting new businesses and to make it clear that San Ramon is a great place to do business in and has a community that can help support, those sort of, that customer base. And I think, the city being a member of the chamber and involving the chamber board and input into those decisions and, participating in chamber events and supporting the chamber, I think is a crucial aspect of that as well. So to some extent, I think San Ramon recognizes how important those partnerships are because they also act as force multipliers. By partnering with all those organizations, they help the city do things that it doesn't necessarily have the staff to do entirely by itself. And I think that's a lesson that San Ramon learned a long time ago, and it's something that it's continuing to do really well. And I would certainly support continuing that engagement with all of the stakeholders that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, that's the end of the questions that we have for you, and we'll give you a 2 minute to give us a close, and thanks again for coming in.
Sure. I do want to, take a moment to really thank the council for this opportunity. I appreciated this discussion and the questions and the factors that are, on the table here in terms of this particular position. Again, I want to reiterate, I've spent most of my adult working life being involved in local government decision making, either at a behind the scenes level or actually, at the Parks Commission level and in other capacities, being a decision maker and being a leader. I think I have an idea of what it takes to help be the one to evaluate information and make decisions. And I think that I can take that knowledge and be a constructive partner for this council and a good voice for the residents of District 2 on it. No matter what, I always approach things with the perspective that what can I learn from this opportunity to help other people? What can I learn on my own to expand my own knowledge? And how can I use that experience to benefit others? And that's the mindset I approached my current job with. It's the mindset that I approached the Library Advisory Committee with, being involved with the foundation, being on the Parks Commission, and then stepping up and being a leader for the Yes on Measure N campaign. And that's exactly the mindset I'd approach this council with as well, is being able to use the experience that I have and the knowledge that I have to help engage with others, to help make decisions, and to help provide constructive input to help guide the city as a whole. And I'm just very honored to have been considered for the opportunity, and I truly appreciate it. Thank you all for all that you do.
Well, thank you, Kyle, for stepping up and being willing to serve as the District 2 a council member. Thank you for all that you've done already with your different volunteer organizations and the Parks Commission, et cetera. We've got a couple more applicants that we need to interview this evening, but we're going to make a decision tonight, one way or the other. And again, thank you for coming in, and we wish you the best.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right. On our agenda, we've got, or on our schedule, I should say, scheduled to take a break. We can take a break here. We've got a 30 minutes allocated, and we were supposed to be kind of back in the room at 7:15 to start the next interview. But what do you say we take a shorter break here? Can we go till 7:30 with dinner and then be back in and get back into it? Okay with everybody?
I think that should work.
All right, so for Councilmember Bros, 20-minute break, and we'll be back and we'll reconvene then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Do you know if Councilmember Veros is up yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, we've taken our breaks. We're a little bit late, Sridhar. We're going to call in our next candidate, who's going to be Baljit Sool. And again, we're running about 20 minutes behind, but we made up a little bit of time on that last one, so we're still in good shape.
Okay. Okay.
Ready.
That one's also mine, yeah.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
All right, good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Mayor Mark Armstrong, and we've got on Zoom here from India is Councilmember Veros, Councilmember Rubio, and Councilmember Joanette. And
Nice to meet you all.
appreciate you being here this evening. You're number 3 out of the 4 that we're going to be talking to this evening. And the way this is going to go, we're going to have give you 2 minutes for an opening to tell us a little bit about yourself. And then we'll go through some questions. There's a total of 12 questions. Each of us has 3 different questions. And we'll ask them in the order of first myself, then Councilmember Veros, Councilmember Rubio, then Councilmember Joanette. And then we'll start with the second round, then the third round. And then at the very end of all the questions, we'll give you the opportunity for a 2-minute close after that. So at this time, again, thank you for coming in, and why don't you go ahead and give us your opening 2 minutes, and yeah.
Thank you. A little about myself. I'm a father of 2. My children are attending the same schools I have attended. I found myself reconnecting with other longtime residents who I graduated with, who are having kids of their own. I'm involved in youth sports. I've been involved in the community organizations such as the Run for Education, a longtime chairperson there for 10 years for their T-shirts. San Ramon FC, I was on their soccer board, I believe it was 8 years. I've been a PTA president all the way up to Contra Costa County PTA, which I myself didn't know existed until I was invited to be a part of it. These activities give me access to people all across District 2. I've been a longtime resident, 35 years. I've seen many changes from the Eastman Kodak building that is now a Walmart grocery store. The development in Windermere and Doherty Valley being open space and now our homes. Growing up here, there were only a handful of Asian and South Asian families. Over the years, San Ramon has become a lot more diverse. I feel I can bring a historical perspective to the city council.
Okay, all right, great. I'm gonna start off then with questions, and appreciate your opening there. And my first question is, and you're a long-term resident, describe District 2 in as many ways as you can to a person who's never seen it and knows nothing about it.
District 2, it's a community of older folks and young families and multi-generational families. I was just talking to a family who's been here since 1977, bought their home new. The person up the street from me, he bought his home in 1979. The person down the street from me, their new family bought their home a couple of years ago. It's a great place to live. The schools are great. I was PTA president, so I got to interact with all the schools. Got 4 elementary schools, and we got Cal High. Plenty of parks in the area. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just a great place to live. Very diverse. Like I said, I've seen the change in San Ramon. One thing I hope to talk about later is the priorities of District 2, what I think the priorities of District 2 is, but you know, it's a very diverse area, and I'm proud to be in District 2.
Okay, just to follow up on that a little bit, you mentioned Cal High and some of the schools and parks. How about other facilities or retail or some of the demographics, things like that.
Yeah, so retail, I know we have got the gas station, the pizza strip mall there, which actually used to be, originally used to be Nob Hill. They tore it down for homes. We've got a senior center where I actually was part of the opening as a high school student. I played in the marching band. We've got parks, we've got Athen Downs used by used for their soccer fields, baseball. Baseball's big on Athen Downs. Boone Acres behind Pine Valley. There's also a smaller park in our area. I don't recall even if it has a name, just down the street. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah. Was it Country Fair?
It sounds about right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it. We'll go over to Councilmember Veros. Your first question, please.
Hi, Baljit. Thank you very much for applying for this position. As I know, everyone is busy, but then stepping up to serve our community, we appreciate it. So my question is something which you already touched base, but I want to get more detail. So my question is, describe your experience in community involvement. Please provide specific examples of your contributions to San Ramon or other communities.
San Ramon, I've been a part of the PTA. Like I said, when I was part of the PTA, I increased engagement. We used to have a membership of 150, and when I was PTA president, we brought that up to about 489. The community was split between South Asian and minority, and I was able to bring in that South Asian community and be involved in the PTA. I was on the soccer board for a long time, and I've got to know a lot of people through soccer and Run for Education. I know several committee or several people who work with the government, Steve Breed and Gary Alpert. Through my volunteer work, I've met them, and it also gives me the opportunity to these volunteer organizations help me really get to know District 2, because I get to meet not just my little portion of District 2, but the whole community. PTA, I got to work with the country club PTA president who happened to graduate my sister. I worked with Neil Armstrong and their Ed Fund and Walt Disney, and so all aspects of District 2, I'm aware of, and not just my little portion of District 2.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rubio.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sewell, for joining us tonight. My first question to you is, what skills and experience, personal or professional, do you believe best and distinctively prepare you to serve on the city council?
Well, San Ramon Soccer Board is really big, a $2 million budget, having to go through it, working with other people, using Robert's Rules of Order. I love the structure of a board. Being just software engineer based by education, I love structure. And just my work with the various different organizations, PTA, soccer, I think helps me in a board environment.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councilmembers Reyna.
Good evening, Mr. Sewell.
Thank you.
How would you work to ensure San Ramon remains inclusive and welcoming to people of all cultural backgrounds and economic levels?
Well, that's something I pride myself on. I don't see color. I am very inclusive. Every organization I've worked with, I try to have community engagement. PTA has their speakers corner. I believe that city council can talk at their speakers corner. We can engage with businesses, and Chamber of Commerce have speaking engagements there, or the Rotary Club. I know they have luncheons that we can speak at and include more and more people into city government and participation.
All right. Let's see, for my second question, when the best interests of the city as a whole are at odds with the best interests of District 2, how would you reach a fair and balanced decision?
I prepare thinking of questions. I have a couple examples of this. One I'm reluctant to share, but I think I am going to share. My son, he really wanted to be on a competitive team. You try out, never make it. And he made it. And so I'm on the soccer board, and he tells me, hey, I made a competitive team. I knew I'm a competitive player. So there's a program called Select. It's in between rec where you're more than a rec player, but you're not quite competitive. And so we wanted to bring this program back, and actually specifically me, because my son and him being more than a rec player and wanting the competitiveness. And by this time he actually made a competitive team, but I still wanted to bring it back for other kids. And so I advocated for that, but also knowing in the back of my mind, he might end up on a select team. And so I still advocated for it on the soccer board.
Okay, so
Yep.
now tie that into kind of
Yep.
the needs of the District 2 versus the needs of the city and how you make decisions.
Right. No, I don't focus on what's best for me. I feel like integrity doesn't allow me to do that. It's what the people of the community want. Engagement lets me know what people of the community want. Talking to different people in the community, not just my corner, talking all over District 2 and understanding what they want and advocating for them and not for myself or what my family would benefit from.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that part, but I'm more interested if it's, kind of a potential conflict between what the residents of the district want
Right.
versus maybe some other need within the city at large.
Right. So, we have to come to a consensus as a board. So I can advocate as much as I want, but it'll be 5 people here deciding, right? And all I can do is advocate for what District 2 wants. And, at the end of the day, that's all I can do. And if that's not what the city wants as a whole, I'd have to explain that to my constituents.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, over to Councilmember Veros for your second question, please.
Thank you. Baljit, as you know, we are going through, I think you know that we are one of the biggest challenges that city is going through is budget. Balanced budget and some challenges with fiscal deficit. So last year we already worked on it, and then this year also it is going to be one of the big challenges that we need to handle it, right? So my question is, share your experience in fiscal responsibilities and budget management.
So yeah, I know the city did make some cuts to Tier 1, Tier 2 services. I was going over old notes, old meeting minutes from the board. I have experience with a $2 million budget, and you have to prioritize. In a city, you have to prioritize public safety. On the soccer board, you have to prioritize staff and fields. And so just my experience with prioritizing, I think I'd be able to prioritize the budget here as well and what the needs of District 2 and the city are.
Okay. Sridhar, is that good for you?
Yeah, that's good for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then over to Councilmember Rubio.
Similar. My question is somewhat similar, but there's a minor caveat there. So how do you vet, I'm sorry. Yes, how do you vet budgetary issues and proposals? What sources do you turn to?
Oh, I'm not prepared for that question. Honestly, I I would be the budget itself is basically the Bible of the city. Everything runs off the budget. What resources I would use, historical data, perhaps. I'd always prioritize public safety, fire and police. Yeah, historical data, I think, and projections. I'm sure there'd be some projections given when budget time come that would help prioritize items.
Okay,
Yeah, that's yeah, I wasn't necessarily prepared for that question.
thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Schweinert.
Mr. Sewell, what role do you believe public safety plays in maintaining San Ramon's quality of life? And how would you support our police and fire services?
Well, it goes back to the budget. I mean, the role, my belief, the role of city government is to protect and keep the community safe. And so the first priority in any budget is fire and police. Yeah, what they need, and then the budget then unfolds around that. That just has to be a priority.
Could you be a little bit more specific?
So I know there's budget constraints. Manpower, more police on the streets, not cutting public safety. And right now, fire is huge in our state, and you know, we can't be cutting public safety and fire. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer. I wasn't, again, prepared for that either.
Well, it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna go to the third round.
Yeah.
And I'm first up there. So if a state law requires a city to do something and you don't agree with the law, that state law, or the results that it may bring, what would you do? And prior to making a decision, what options would you consider?
So that's a tough one because, you know, you can't go against laws you disagree with. I mean, you can fight them. You can ask the city attorney to explore options and lawsuits. You also have to explain if it's something you really can't do. You got to explain to your constituents, this is why we can't do it. We've got to work within law and within our constraints, our budget, and you know, we can't just go off and say we don't agree with it and we're just not going to do it. Like I said, I'd work with the city attorney and the rest of the board to find out if it's something we can challenge. But if we can't, I mean, we're stuck and we have to follow it.
Okay, and you kind of got to my follow-up question, which was how would you explain any decision like that to the public?
It's difficult. They don't understand what a city council does and what their constraints are. And sometimes they're never going to, you know, understand. And you got to be prepared to have people angry at you. I can just, you know, explain to them, hey, you know what, there's something that we can't do because it's law. I mean, you can challenge it. You can, you know, ask your state senators and you know, fight it in Sacramento, but it's not something we can fight here.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Rose, your third question, please.
My third question is around priorities. So as you know, there are so many requirements, but then there are limitations on resources, right? So my question is, how would you prioritize issues such as housing, traffic congestion, public safety, and environmental sustainability in San Ramon?
Well, if you want me to list it, public safety is number one, open space number two, and housing number three. You're never going to get consensus on housing and open space. San Ramon has been fighting it for a long time. Some people want more housing, some people want more open space. You're never going to get a consensus on that from the general public. But what you can get a consensus on is public safety. And that is the role of our city government, is public safety. And I support, I can advocate for one or the other, but those would be the priorities. Is number one would be public safety. And then you'll never get anybody to agree on 2 and 3.
Okay, all right, Councilmember Rubio.
Great, thank you. So my questions, what do you consider your top 3 priority city issues? And how would you propose addressing them?
City issues, I had some specifics for District 2, but city issues, I suppose, would also be a part of it. Traffic, public safety from traffic. I was prepared to speak on that. I anticipated and did some studying. But in District 2, we have a lot of schools all close together. It's unlike any other district in San Ramon. We've got 3 elementary schools and a middle school, and then a high school with new drivers. And you're constantly getting new drivers speeding down the street. You're getting elementary school kids are walking home from school. Things that we can do about that is traffic devices, San Ramon PD maybe educating in schools. We can, I said traffic devices, traffic enforcement. So that was one of my priorities for District 2. I know I hear constantly about the traffic, and it's only gotten worse since the state mandated later start times for schools. So now all the schools pretty much start at the same time, and with everything in close proximity makes things dangerous. Public safety would be number 1. Roads, I see a lot of improvement in the roads. Oh geez, I don't have a number 3 other than fire and public safety, but that's one issue.
Well, I know for Councilmember Burrows, you mentioned something about, so you mentioned public safety, open space and housing.
Right.
Do you have any insights as to specifically maybe, you mentioned a little bit about public safety in terms of the school being close together, new drivers who are speeding and in close proximity to younger, pupils who are walking to or from school.
Yep.
So what would you add, say, for example, to the other 2 comments you made? You mentioned open space and housing.
Right.
What kind of solutions would you propose?
Well, solutions start at the building process. I know in previous building up in Windermere, part of the building, the developers also built schools, and they planned things right up there. Things were so better spaced out. And with new projects over here, I'd expect, or I'd hope that the same thing happens here. If there's new schools, that they be more spaced out. That'll help with traffic and public safety.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Schmidt.
Final question, Mr. Sewell. How would you foster partnerships with local schools, businesses, and community organizations to enhance San Ramon's quality of life?
I touched on this a little bit. Like I said, the speaker's corner at PTAs. I'm big on engagement, just being a part of the community, and they give so many opportunities. PTAs give so many opportunities to speak. They're actually begging for speakers, and that's one avenue. We've got the Chamber of Commerce being another avenue, and shoot, I had it on the tip of my tongue. So Chamber of Commerce, PTA, any community group, I'm sure we can find a luncheon or someplace we can speak and engage with the community and solicit their opinions and what they want to speak to. I know it's intimidating to come to a city council meeting. People don't want to come. They don't know what it's about. They're scared to come, but they always have opinions. And we need to meet them where they are.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, that ends the round of questions that we had. So at this point, I'd like to turn it back over to you and give us a close and whatever you'd like to say to us, finish it up.
Okay. I have so many notes and expecting so many questions that weren't answered because they weren't asked. Um,
Well, you could talk about those too.
And that's what I'm going to do. My experience with government. So I come in without going through any of the classes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't have experience. I worked for a nonprofit called the Family Violence Law Center. Its mission was to help domestic violence victims. We found housing for them, filed restraining orders for them. I was a longtime IT person with them and also worked with their grant process, grant reporting. FDLC is where I met some of the, hardworking public figures and public servants from Oakland's Councilman Gallo to civil rights attorney Harmeet Dillon. But the most important person I met was Alex Nguyen. He was the city assistant manager in Alameda. He was also an assistant manager in Oakland. He's now the city manager in Oxnard. We became friends for a short period of time, and specifically, I have great respect for the city manager. Alex Nguyen taught me how government works and the role of a city manager is, and how important that is to a city council.
Okay. And what was his name?
Alex Nguyen, Alexander Nguyen.
Okay.
He's the city manager for Oxnard, I believe now. He was also either a manager or assistant manager in Riverside and another SoCal city, I don't recall.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of it for the questions and the close. We just want to thank you for coming in and stepping up and offering to be District 2 council member. And thank you for all that you've done through all that you described in terms of your community service and volunteer work and things like that. So thanks again for that. We've got one more applicant to go this evening. We are going to make a decision this evening. But again, thanks so much, Baljeet, for being here, and wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. We are coming down the final stretch. So next is Tiffany.
She's here.
She's here. Okay, great. What? Hi, Tiffany.
Hello.
Oh, we're going to pause just a second.
Oh, I just want to make sure that we, if there's devices going off, please put it on silent just to be fair to the individuals who are being interviewed. Thank you. That's it.
Good hearing. Well, welcome this evening, Tiffany. And let me get your name straight first. Do you go by Uri Chu as a last name, or Chu, or how?
Yuri Chu.
Yuri Chu.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here this evening for the interview. We're going to go through a process here. We're going to give you 2 minutes for an opening to tell us a little bit about yourself. And we're going to go through a total of 12 questions. It'll alternate between myself, Councilmember Veros, who's joining us from India, Councilmember Rubio, and Councilmember Joinet. And those 12 questions, you'll have 3 minutes per question to answer those, or up to that. You don't have to use the whole time. And then at the very end, 2 minutes for kind of a closing statement. So, and with that, we'll just go ahead and jump right into it. And why don't you give us, tell us a little bit about yourself and go ahead.
All right, thank you. Mayor Armstrong and City Council members, my name is Tiffany Yurichu. A little background. I am proud to have been born and raised in the Bay Area. I married my high school sweetheart, another Bay Area native, and we have 2 beautiful children together. In 2022, my husband and I decided to move to San Ramon. Out of everywhere in the entire world, we chose San Ramon. We admired the school district. We wanted to be a part of this safe and diverse community, and we wanted to raise our family surrounded by the nature and beauty of the San Ramon Valley. After we moved into our house, I wrote to family and friends on our holiday card that year that we had found our forever home. San Ramon is our chosen home, and I want to ensure that all the values that initially drew us here remain for many generations to come. Even among all the growth and development that this city is undergoing, it is crucial to ensure that this city council preserves and improves upon all the things that make San Ramon a desirable place to live. Before attending law school, I was a trained educator. I have a master's degree in deaf education, and I'm a licensed teacher of the deaf. Early in my career, I even taught American Sign Language at De Anza Community College in Cupertino. My entire professional career after entering law school has been focused on public service. I am a career government attorney. I worked as a criminal prosecutor for over 5 years, representing the people of the state of California. I prosecuted misdemeanors and felonies in the domestic violence unit, which was extremely difficult, but a rewarding position. I worked alongside criminal justice partners every day, including police agencies, to ensure that victims of crime received justice, and importantly, to make sure that crimes were fairly prosecuted. I also worked for the State Bar of California, prosecuting attorney misconduct. In that capacity, I prosecuted attorneys who unfairly used their positions of trust and authority to take advantage of vulnerable people in their times of need. Currently, I work as a deputy county counsel for Contra Costa County. It is the county council's job to advise the county board of supervisors in the various departments that serve the citizens of Contra Costa County. I have extensive legal knowledge in local government law. My experience navigating complex legal and regulatory issues will be extremely valuable in understanding zoning laws, land use, public safety regulations, and contracts.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And again, I'll start off with the questions among the council members. And my first question is about District 2. So describe District 2 in as many ways as you can. The person who's never seen it and knows nothing about it.
District 2 is a mix of residential and open space. It houses a portion of the Iron Trail. There's various parks, dog parks, schools, multiple elementary schools. There's the Pine Valley Middle School. There's Cal High within it. It even borders, it creates the southernmost border of San Ramon, bordering Dublin, and includes the Country Club Village Shopping Center. It is also extremely diverse. I was elected to serve as a parent representative for my children's school site council, their elementary school. And through that, I learned that there are 28 different languages spoken at home just amongst the student body at my daughter's elementary school, and will be my son's elementary school when next year, which is extremely diverse. And I really enjoyed this past year. My community was very involved. My neighborhood was very involved in housing in hosting one of the, the National Night Out. And I met a lot of different neighbors, and there's extreme diversity in our neighborhood. And it was very fun to talk to everybody and hear all their backgrounds. And I think that's very representative of District 2 as a whole.
Okay. And just a quick follow-up. How about city facilities or things like that in the district? And you talked about some of the retail in parks and schools, but how about city facilities?
I believe there's a senior center as well in the area. Yeah, I think for me right now in this current phase of my life, I think the biggest thing is the schools and the parks and the open spaces.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go over to Councilmember Veros joining us from India. His first question.
Hi, Tiffany. Thank you very much for applying for this council position for District 2. We appreciate for stepping up and try to help our community. So my question, you already touched base pretty much your community involvement, but my question is, describe your experience in community involvement. Please provide specific examples of your contributions to San Ramon or other communities.
I care about the communities that I live in, and I have always sought to be involved in them. In San Ramon, as I mentioned, an elective parent representative for the school site council at my children's school. The school site council analyzes student data, solicits community input, and assists the principal in developing a plan for student achievement and a school-wide budget. I also volunteer regularly inside the classroom and outside the classroom at PTA-sponsored events and field trips. And I most recently served as an assistant coach for my daughter's soccer team, despite never having played soccer before. When I lived in the South Bay, I served on a library and early education commission. I volunteered to advise the YMCA Youth and Government Model Court and Legislature program for, I believe it's mostly high school students. I coached high school mock trial. I volunteered over 300 hours in the AmeriCorps JD program. And I have volunteered multiple times in the past for the IRS VITA program, which provides free income tax assistance for low-income families.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're going to go over to Councilmember Rubio, your first question.
Great. Thank you, first and foremost, for applying and joining us tonight. My question is, what skills and experience, personal or professional, do you believe best and distinctively prepare you to serve on the City Council?
I've spent several years working in public policy and have gained experience in developing solutions to local challenges. I have legal expertise, understanding the law and its application, which is crucial when crafting and interpreting city policies, ordinances, and regulations. I have experience in public policy. I have worked closely with government agencies, and I'm familiar with policy development and implementation at the local government level. I also understand local government operations. My experience working within the county government structure has taught me how local government functions. And this understanding will help the city foster collaboration and cooperation between different government entities. As a public attorney, I am bound by high ethical and professional standards. My commitment to ethics and integrity is essential in a city council role where transparency, accountability, and trust are critical to maintaining public confidence in local government. And my experience as a prosecutor, I worked to ensure that laws were upheld and that justice was served, which translates well into advocating for fair policies and representing the interests of constituents. I'm also accustomed to working with various stakeholders, from law enforcement to victims and their families, which will help me navigate the diverse needs of the city.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That completes the first round of, oh no, I'm sorry. We got Councilmember Schweinert. Go. The first one, please.
Hi, Mr. Richu. So my question is, how would you work to ensure that San Ramon remains inclusive and welcoming to people of all cultural backgrounds and economic levels?
Inclusivity is important in an area as diverse as San Ramon. And I think in order to maintain that, communication and transparency is key. I think it's important to foster open lines of communication with the constituents, and that can look like outreach to the different communities, being available, whether it's office hours or attending events and meeting constituents where they're at. newsletters or email updates about what's going on here in the city council, the work that we're doing for them. But I think the number one thing is outreach. Continue to reach out, give them a platform to contact and communicate their needs to you. I think that's the most important role for local government, but especially diverse communities that are often misrepresented. I'm sorry, underrepresented.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're done with round one.
Okay.
All right, I'll start the round two here. When the best interests of the city as a whole are at odds with the best interest of District 2, how would you reach a fair and balanced decision?
I think it's important to understand that as a city council, all of us have the best interests of the city at heart. And something that might not be good for District 2, that might be good for the city as a whole, is unfortunately, I can see in certain situations where that might happen, such as the housing. A lot of new housing is being developed, which means that a lot of areas within District 2 could become impacted by additional residents. For instance, like the schools, the parks. So it's important to continue to invest in those. But as a District 2 representative, it would be my responsibility to voice the concerns of the constituents and to bring those to the city council. I understand the city council, as most local governments, probably would like to vote unanimously on almost everything. That can't always be the case. I need to, as a District 2 representative, look out for my specific district. But it also is important to understand when there has to be give and take. I can't put my foot down every time somebody in District 2 is unhappy, but it's important to look at the overarching picture and reach a fair conclusion for the city, because ultimately that's where all of our interests lie and what's best for the city.
Okay, all right, thank you. Back over to you, Councilmember Rose.
Okay, here I'm keep switching my video on and off to preserve my network bandwidth, just to make sure. So Tiffany, one of the biggest challenges that we went through last year and also going to be biggest challenge for this year and going forward will be our budget, especially having a balanced budget. Like last year, we had a huge fiscal deficit. So my question is, describe your experience in fiscal responsibilities and budget management.
As a deputy district attorney, I often had to make decisions related to resource allocation within the criminal justice system. And this provided a solid foundation in understanding how to manage public funds, prioritize spending, and ensure that taxpayer dollars are used efficiently. As a deputy county counsel, I have reviewed and advised on multi-million-dollar contracts and interagency agreements that have far-reaching benefits for the public. I think it's important understanding that, this city is coming out of a budget deficit, and we're still being in a budget deficit for a little while until the benefits of Measure N can be realized. But it's important to prioritize essential services and infrastructure and maintain transparency and continue to solicit resident input, especially in matters of finance. And I know this city council has a series of budget meetings coming up. I think those are very important. And I think the most important thing that local government can do is listen. Listen to the constituents, the residents, their concerns, and address those.
Thank you.
All right, over to Councilmember Rubio. Your second question, please.
Thank you. It's somewhat related to Councilmember Verose's, but a tad bit different. How do you vet budgetary issues and proposals? What sources do you turn to?
Sorry, I'm going to seek some clarification here. When you say budgetary proposals, you're meaning from the different departments within the city when they bring their budgets for approval before the city council?
Right. So the staff might bring something for your consideration on the budget. How would you go about vetting that, and what resources would you turn to?
Yeah, I think it's important, like I said, to listen, see how they came to their budget, understand that they're speaking from experience, and analyze, really get into the nitty gritty of how they reached their budgetary conclusion. Maybe there is some fat that can be trimmed. Maybe there are things that can wait till next year. But if it's an investment that addresses long-term, issues and it goes towards the longevity, if it's, for instance, if we have to pay now to realize the benefits later, or the benefits will be realized over an extended period of time, I think that's something that's worth considering, even considering the city's financial deficit. It's important to prioritize. And so when a department brings, or when staff brings a budgetary proposal, it's important to think, do we need this now? Is this something that's immediately important and will affect the quality of life of San Ramon residents? Or is this something that can wait until we're not in a deficit and we've started to realize the benefits from Measure N?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Over to Councilmember Rivera.
What role do you believe public safety plays in maintaining San Ramon's quality of life? And how would you support our police and fire services?
I think, and I do know that District 2 residents and San Ramon residents in general would agree with me. Public safety is extremely important to our quality of life here. It's one of the reasons that I moved here. I'm sure it's one of the reasons many constituents stay here as well. I think it's important to support our first responders and foster relationships across the law enforcement agencies. I know that San Ramon has a police agency, but it's also important that, San Ramon has these relationships with other local law enforcement agencies like the Contra Costa County Sheriff that can come in and assist in times when San Ramon PD may be short-staffed or may not be able to reach all of the calls that they need. I also think that it's important. Public outreach and education is an important part of enhancing public safety for our city. I was just talking with somebody today about, this is lower level, but the off-leash dog laws, right? That's in the municipal code, that dogs must be leashed at all times. And that's not a law that's frequently followed. So technically, theoretically, law enforcement could go out there and, issue citations or tickets for everybody who has a dog off leash. I think a better course of action would be to reach out to the civilians, the constituents, and let them know, hey, do you know this is the law? Are you aware of this? And try to garner voluntary compliance. And I think that would help police and law enforcement refocus their resources on things that they really need. And that's just done through simple outreach, continuing to advertise, whether it be social media or posting on the city page in one of the banners across the top, like, hey, did you know that this is the law? And so that's done by community outreach, and that's another way to support our law enforcement. And finally, I think we can invest in technology. Technology has come a long ways, and I know it's very critical in police enforcement. And so continuing to invest in technology and strengthen that would also assist.
Okay, we're coming up on round 3 here. So my third question, Tiffany, is if a state law requires a city to do something and you do not agree with the law or the results it may bring, what would you do? And prior to making a decision, what options would you consider? And there's a follow-up to that, and that would be to explain your decision to an angry public.
Are you talking about the housing laws?
No, I'm not talking about it specifically, but
that is, I think, a really interesting question. The law is the law. I don't think we have an option to not follow the law. However, there are pathways you can take if you disagree with the law. You can sue the state. You can issue a writ. You can do all sorts of things legally if you think that the law is not in the interest of the city. And there have been times, you know, where the state legislature has gotten it wrong, but laws are very rarely black and white. There's usually a lot of gray, and with some creative reasoning, you can stay within compliance of the law while also satisfying your constituents and your base. So, I mean, speaking generally, it's really hard because I don't know what specific instance you're talking. So I can only be general here, but I think that there are a few options as far as relaying your necessary actions following the law with an angry base. I think it's about communication. You need to be open and transparent about what's going on. You need to inform the community that this is the law and our hands are tied. And I think, number one, it's important to listen to the community, and if they have other ideas, you know, you're open to them holding forums where they can come and share their thoughts, and you can explain, or, you know, even city council meetings where it's on the agenda as a discussion item to discuss and allow public input on things that will really affect the quality of life of residents.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Veros.
Thank you. So Tiffany, we have many issues, right? So, but then we have limited resources. My next question is, how would you prioritize issues such as housing, traffic congestion, public safety, and environmental sustainability in San Ramon?
How would I prioritize just those 4 issues?
Yeah, or you can add, if you want, you can add any additional issues that we have as a city.
Mhm. So I think it's important to prioritize essential services. Sorry, I might need your help with this. You said housing and
Traffic congestion,
congestion, sure.
public
And
safety,
public safety
and
and environmental sustainability.
yeah.
So looking at essential services, I think it's important also to solicit public input, right? The city of San Ramon, in general, the residents have highly ranked public safety as one of their top concerns, right? So taking cues from the constituents that the city council represents, I think it's important to focus where this constituents' interests lie. I also think it's important to focus on the essential services. Public safety as a whole is a very big topic. So are we talking like budget cuts for the police, you know, force or the fire department? I think that's a big question. And if that was the case, maybe we do prioritize that. You know, so I think within each individual category, you have to look and see, well, what about housing? Do we need to prioritize? Do we need to prioritize everything about housing or just low-income housing in order to meet state mandates, or what specifically is the issue? And so I think it's important to take the cues from the people that we represent and prioritize what's important to them.
Thank you.
Okay, over to Councilmember Rubio.
Okay. My question is a little bit more open-ended, but similar. It is, what do you consider your top 3 priority city issues, and how would you propose addressing them?
I think the top issues right now are the budget deficit. That's a glaring issue to me because city services have been cut, and that has affected the quality of life for San Ramon residents. And along that same line, I think community preservation is also extremely important. As the city approves and builders build more housing in the area, it's impacting traffic congestion and schools and many things around the community. And so it's important to preserve the quality of life that makes San Ramon so attractive while all this change is happening. So I would say community preservation, infrastructure, right? That goes along with all the additional housing. It's important that we have the infrastructure to support all the additional people and cars and foot traffic that's going to come through because of all the housing that's being built. And it's important to make sure that our city character remains, that the city continues to be walkable and bikeable. I think bikeable more than walkable, just because it's so spread out. And of course, public safety is always an issue. We want to maintain that. We've seen a lot of specifically retail theft recently, and I think we can support our law enforcement partners with that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. We are really close to the end now. Okay. Last question coming to you, and then we'll give you a chance to close, but we'll go over to council members right now.
Thank you. Final question. How would you foster partnerships with local schools, businesses, and community organizations to enhance San Ramon's quality of life?
I think at the heart of that question is, how would you communicate with your constituents to make sure that the city council is achieving their goals, doing what they want to see from local government? And I think the number one thing, as I've said before, is outreach, to continue to be available and give all of these community members, business partners, schools, a platform to speak and communicate with me, meet them where they're at. I know social media has been very successful in reaching a lot of young people, but not everybody uses social media. Older residents might not. So maybe we continue to do the mail flyers, or I think holding office hours and being available for constituents is also a really good idea that I would be committed to doing. And I think just continued outreach efforts.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's it from the questions we've got for you. Now you got an opportunity to close. Take a couple minutes and tell us what you like, whatever we didn't ask in terms of questions that you want to fill in the blanks, or whatever you've got.
Okay. This council greatly values participation in local civic engagement courses like the San Ramon Government 101 and the San Ramon Community Police Academy, which I think can be extremely helpful for the general public and is a great conceptual idea overall. I did not attend these courses, and that is because I am not the target audience. But I don't think that means that this city council should discount my experience, my life experience, as well as my educational experience in local government. Working as a deputy county counsel, I have an intimate knowledge of local government. I have drafted ordinance amendments. I've advised local commissions, and I've reviewed countless contracts and agreements for the benefit of the public. In my time as a criminal prosecutor, I read police reports and worked with law enforcement every day. I defended police investigative procedures and contested evidentiary suppression hearings, preliminary hearings, and jury trials. I've dismissed cases where it is clear that procedure was not followed or evidence was mishandled. I have prepared countless civilian witnesses to testify in court and have had many conversations with victims and witnesses about the criminal prosecution process and about what they have experienced or witnessed. This is knowledge and experience that I will carry over to the City Council for the benefit of all the citizens of San Ramon. I have chosen to make San Ramon my home. I have chosen to raise my family here. As my chosen home, I am invested in ensuring that all these things that brought me to San Ramon, the same things that brought so many of us to San Ramon, remain priorities. I have the skills, the legal knowledge, and the public service experience to be an asset to the city. I will advocate for the public interest, and I'm ready to jump right in and tackle the diverse challenges that this city will face in the coming years. I would appreciate your vote to join you in helping you make the right decisions for this city.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Tiffany, for that. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for stepping up and volunteering to be on the District 2 Council, our representative. Thank you for all that you've done in the community thus far. And we just appreciate you coming out. It's getting late, but thanks for kind of hanging in there till the bitter end here. We will be making a decision tonight, and just appreciate you coming in and being a part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody need to take a break, or we'll be ready to start getting into it? Okay, you okay?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, I mentioned I wanted to reserve the discretion for a second round of public comment for those people that had not provided any public comment in the first round. So I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment again, if there's anyone else who would like to speak. And do we have any speaker cards?
I do not.
Okay, and probably didn't get any written comment.
No.
Okay, so I'll close public comment, and then we'll kind of leave it up to council now to kind of share some overall impressions, and then we also need to talk about kind of the voting process. And I didn't check through the whole packet here. Do we have a score sheet in there? Okay. But let's go around and talk about sort of your general impressions, anything you want to cover. Okay, great. Who'd like to start this off? I won't kind of go around the horn here, but who'd like to open it up?
I can start.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks. First and foremost, once again, thank you very much for joining us this evening and sharing all your valuable experience. All four candidates, they're amazing. And one thing I can say that all four are very well connected with our community, and all four seems to be pretty good understanding. They have a pretty good understanding about our current challenges, issues, as well as how they want to work with the constituents. Especially, I want to just touch base one by one. So on for the first candidate, Richard, definitely he got a lot of volunteer experience as well as community experience. Also community education. He got very good understanding about inclusive community that we are as San Ramon, and also making sure that he touched base about our master plan that shows he understands about our parks and the budget challenges that he mentioned. So, and also most of his goals are pretty much aligned with the city goals. And also another thing that it's interesting that he could able to understand about the stakeholders that we need to work with, like Chamber of Commerce, San Ramon Valley Unified School District. So those are definitely points that I thought very important. It's Kyle, second candidate, Kyle. He's our Parks Commissioner. Obviously, he understands a lot of issues that we are going through, and also the same again, like Richard. He understands the policies and the procedures, how we do it, and our budget status, and how our financially how we can bring it, help to bring up to speed on our balanced budgets. So again, same, he definitely connected with Chamber of Commerce and all those important
You still there?
stakeholders, and then get to with the community, right? Especially with his PTA experience, with his football, soccer, right? So soccer, he is very closely connected. So he'll definitely bring a lot of wealth of his community services experience and feedback. And also pretty much he's in alignment with our goals, city council goals, like public safety and working with our nonprofit organizations and all those things. And then Tiffany, even though she didn't have any community education, but she got a lot of experience as a deputy district attorney, right? So, and she seems to be working day to day on government or ordinances related aspects. So that definitely brings a lot of wealth, and also her as an experience with teacher for deaf, that shows definitely her teacher level of patience and her law school background, and also pretty impressive about grasp on the budget, how to and another important thing I liked is about when she mentioned about how she reach out to the constituents to receive the feedback, right? So what are the top priorities and all that based on that, and about bikeable, walkable building, something like that, which is also again part of our plan. And yeah, so all four definitely well suited council members, especially my top three candidates. Top three candidates are so close. Like when I did my points ranking, it's like 0.00, like pretty close. They are my top three are definitely very close. So yeah, with that, I think I'm ready to go ahead and rank from my side. I'll let you guys continue our conversation. Thanks.
Okay, you broke up a couple times. And I missed the part where you were talking about Kyle. I heard the rest of them, I think, pretty well. Or did you catch it all?
I think it broke out for a split second. Yeah, a couple of times. I think in the middle and towards the end when he was wrapping up.
Between Kyle and Baljeet.
Yeah.
Yeah, between Kyle and Baljeet. Can you kind of say the part on Kyle and Baljeet again?
Oh yeah, so on Kyle, definitely got a lot of community education as well as community services as Parks Commissioner, right? He definitely have a lot of depth about our city issues, as well as how the agenda works, and also his inclusive ideas about inclusive work. Especially, he specifically mentioned about working with Agamani. That definitely stands out. And yeah, so that's on the Kyle side. And Baljeet, as I mentioned, he's definitely very well connected within the community. It's like working with the Run for Education, San Ramon Soccer Board, PTA. He's been PTA president. So all four are very well community oriented leaders. That's how I see. And definitely my top three candidates are very close. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, who else would like to go?
I'll defer to you.
You want me to go? Okay. Thank you to everybody who participated. Mr. Adler, he's not here. Mr. Levy, Mr. Sewell, Ms. Tiffany Chu, thank you all. There was a lot of empathy. I felt a lot of passion in the speech. While experience in the city was something we considered, it is not only a factor. Much of it is what I was looking for is communication, ability to speak to council. Were you nervous? Were you on the hot seat, right? Because it is hot up here. Because I'm new, and my first time up here when I took over Scott Perkins' seat, it was hot. And I, as an attorney too, I've been involved in a lot of situations, but it's very different up here, very different. And so when you're up here, what I was listening for is the voice of the constituents, not just, yeah, I volunteered here, I did this here, but how can you as an applicant draw that experience that you've had in the community with the council and merge the two together? And that's that's what I was looking for. And a lot of you have hit those notes. I would like to have seen more real world examples, or these questions were not specific, as you heard. They weren't drawing on anything particular in any timeline. It was very much, or any historical event. It was very much, what do you think? And how would you go about doing so? I think for the most part, a lot of you answered it very well. A lot of it came from the heart. I don't think there was anything that was rehearsed. I think you went with your gut. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to come up here and deal with the information that you have. So a lot of you, it's really tough decision, because a lot of you really hit those notes. And so thank you so much for participating, because it really helps us understand better, not only what we look for in a council, but also what I would do. I learned from your presentations on things that I would do. So thank you, because it's an experience for me. I appreciate it. Ms. Rubio.
Okay.
Well, both of you, Councilmember Burrows, have explained very eloquently the complexity of the consideration we have before us. I agree. I think, all four candidates were quite impressive. I was actually surprised with some of the answers in some way. It was refreshing in many ways, and that's a good thing. And I think, like, as was mentioned, listening, hearing in some way that they're bringing added value of the voice of the community is really important. If I hear that in a person, because I've been on that side, I've been in that seat, somebody who's been involved a lot with my community and sat through those things and had to sort of, justify why I should or shouldn't be here, and those types of things. And it's important. It's not always a classroom lesson. Sometimes it's life experience. That's why I asked a question very specifically, personal and professional, relevant experience and how you can apply it here. And I heard that from a lot of the interviewees here. And I this is hard for me too. I definitely feel that it's a tight race here. And, I think that for me, the things that I'm going to think about is, this is a growing city, and we expect it to grow substantially over the next decade or two. And, as much as we'd love to say, oh yeah, we can control that. No, we can't. And so, things I was looking for is somebody who not only has the understanding or the basic skills to do this job well, but somebody who has good ideas, who brings a perspective that to me is going to help us, prepare for the future in a way that's more inclusive, that's sustainable, both socially and environmentally, and thinking about all those issues. Mental health issues was mentioned by one of the candidates. Mr. Adler mentioned that. He was the only one who mentioned that, but we also had the last candidate who mentioned her commitment to working with children who are deaf. And that is a really impressive thing to do. Most people do not take the time to even remember these communities. And I can't tell you, having served 2 years now in the teen council, how important mental health is. It's extremely important. It's often overlooked. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. And people always say, oh, how is the world just going amok? Or, we complain about what we see, the outcomes, but we don't peel the onion far back enough to really see what's actually driving that. And there's so many things behind that have to do with socioeconomic issues and have to do with mental health issues sometimes, and so I really think there are some really standout candidates in that regard. So, yeah, and I think I agree with all the statements that have been made with regard to the individual candidates, yeah, I liked something that sort of stood out for me of each candidate. I can at least list one thing that stood out for me in each one. As I mentioned with Mr. Adler, was
really just his passion for working with the community, mentioning some social issues and really talking about environmental issues and really focusing on some of the intersectionality of all those things. Mr. Levy truly demonstrates a very good critical thinking skills, in my opinion, just very thoughtful and really can kind of look at the detail of things. And that's important too. All of these, all were fabulous. Mr. Soul really shows just a heart for our young people working on the soccer and all these different things in our community. And it's so important. When we talk about our future, our children are the future. So we need to be in touch with that community and understand what they're going through and what their needs will be 10, 15 years down the road. And Ms. Chu just really brought a sort of, I think, a fresh perspective. And her experience was very applicable in many ways. I think would bring a great fresh perspective to a lot of things. But she also showed, that it wasn't always just about business and doing her litigation or attorney responsibilities, but also reaching out and working with the community and staying in touch with that. And that balance is extremely important in this role. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Well, a couple thoughts I had. I think everybody tonight had great answers. I appreciate everyone for applying for this position, whether they were interviewed tonight or not. Just the idea of stepping up and offering to serve the community. I think all of the candidates that we saw tonight certainly could serve in some capacity or another right now on some of our committees, commissions, or council. We'll figure out the council one here later on. I think all of them had good answers. I think all of them had similar kind of perspectives on the different priorities, the different challenges that the city is facing. They talked about quality of life. They talked about services and public safety, and all of them were so involved in the community in different ways. Everybody was aware of our budget challenges. I think in particular with a couple of my questions, I was asking about District 2, and it wasn't so much I needed too much detailed answer. I know the district pretty well. I've done kind of an inventory of everything that's out there. It's just kind of been my life for the last 4 years. But I was kind of looking for how well do the candidates know the district? They're going to be the district representative. So how well do they know that district? And then the other question on kind of what if there's a conflict between District 2 and the city? And it really doesn't come up that much. And that was mentioned by a couple of the candidates too. There's no real right or wrong answer to that. But it was more about, how would they arrive at reaching decisions? That was what was more important to me, not whether or not they got the right answer. There is no preconceived answer on that particular one. For the different candidates, Richard, good answers. So involved in the community in terms of senior advisory committee. I have been the liaison now for the last few years on senior advisory committee. I've seen Richard in action. We've all seen him when he was a chair and presented out to the council for the annual report. His involvement as president of Rotary Club is certainly notable. With Kyle, I think he hit on all the different points. He was succinct in his answers. He answered all the questions. You can tell from his background on the Parks and Community Services Commission that he's taken a deep dive in a lot of the city issues. He's very knowledgeable of the processes of how things work and how the budget ties into all that, and quite articulate in his responses. With Baljeet, again, solid answers. Is very involved in the community with volunteer sports, the Run for Education, has worked with PTAs, and clearly demonstrated a commitment to the community that I think could be carried on into service as a council member or in some capacity serving the city. And then Tiffany, again, very good answers, very articulate. I think she's got a tremendous background and experience that could serve the city well. And a very solid grasp on our city challenges and very clear on her answers to our questions. So all of them, I think, did a commendable job this evening. And I want to thank my fellow council members for identifying these 4 candidates from that large list that we had. And it was a long evening, but I think at this point, we need to get, unless there's additional comments, people, you want to add something else, we can kind of go around 2 in terms of comments. But otherwise, I'd say we kind of got a score sheet here. We could fill out the score sheet and then turn that into the clerk. We'll tally up the scores and we'll go from there.
Mayor Armstrong, would you kindly explain the how the scoring system's working?
Yes. On the paper in front of you, and this for the public awareness, what we're kind of looking at is we've got a space to write in each candidate's name, and we will rank order our choice 1, 2, 3, or 4, and the number 1 choice would get 4 points. Number 2 choice would get 3 points. Number 3 would get 2 points. Number 4 would get 1 point. And then based on the combined scores, we will tally that up. We'll see if we have a winner. If we have a tie, then we'll kind of come back for a second round and we'll kind of haggle a little bit and see what we come up with after that. All right, so take a couple of minutes. Was that good for you in terms of? Okay.
This is an unenviable decision.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. But take a couple of minutes or take as much time as you need to, and fill out your score sheet, and we will then turn that into the clerk and see where we go from there.
So just to be clear again, so when we pick says choice 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 in order of preference, your first preference being
Yes.
choice 1.
Yep.
Etc. Okay.
So where it says number 1 up there, 4 points, that would be your favorite. Okay. Okay, now how are you getting Councilmember Rose's?
He just sent it to me via email,
Okay,
and I'll put it on the screen for everyone to see
okay.
after I have.
Well,
yours.
Yeah, I mean, are we gonna just? Well, let's talk to council. Are we just gonna see what the top score is, or are we gonna go through every one of them?
My understanding was we'd hand it to the clerk would tally up the votes and then
That's what I thought. We
Yeah.
were handing it to
Yeah.
the clerk. She was just gonna count.
Okay,
well, we can do whatever.
all right. Is everybody ready?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, the tally is being determined here. Just kind of a side note, because I went through this process myself.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But it was a different process because we did it in a Zoom meeting because it was during COVID. And so it wasn't individual interviews like we did this evening. It was all candidates all at the same time. And sometimes you were the first person to answer the question. And sometimes you were there was 5 of us, the 5th person to answer the question. So you got to hear what the first 4 people in front of you heard if you were number 5, but sometimes you were on the spot to be number 1. And not that it necessarily made that much difference because you really want to articulate whatever your particular perspective was. But then at the very end of that process, it was the same thing. There was a score sheet, a tally sheet, and all the names are there, the council members and the scores and things like that. And it was just an odd process. I've done a lot of hiring in the past and things like that, but never had to do one in that way.
Yeah.
And it was kind of awkward being a candidate and going through that process, but it is what it is. So,
I think we have a response.
Yes.
Is the jury foreman ready? Sorry.
Here for you. Candidate Adler had 13, Levy 12, Sewell 4, and Uri Chu 11.
Okay. I'm a little interesting. I'm a little surprised by some of that, but very good. I mean, does anybody want to have any more discussion about what the results are showing up here? I would just say from a perspective of Kyle Levy, I personally felt he kind of knocked it out of the park in terms of his answers and how succinct his answers were and clear and his understanding of the issues. That's why I kind of ranked him the top candidate.
I think Kyle and Tiffany shared a lot of similar qualities, but Tiffany brought to me additional qualities that I felt were lacking in our current city council. She brought a perspective that is needed. And as I mentioned from the outset, we have to think not just right now, we have to think about the community we will have in 10, 20 years, not the way it is right now, because we are planning for that community that is to come. And I think one of the things she did really well was talking about families, talking about their needs. And that's something that really stood out to me. And holding all other things equal, meaning relevant experience in terms of understanding the law, understanding local government. There was similarities there between Kyle and Tiffany, and that was a tough choice. But I think for me, that was the one thing that edged one out over the other.
Yeah, same here for me. It was, as I said, all top three for me was like so close. But then we know Kyle is definitely have a lot of experience, or at least he started being in the commission, and that's a very good experience. But then Tiffany, she will bring a lot of different perspective, especially working and creating ordinances as well as working in government space. Also, I felt she got very good grasp on the budget, how we are going to work on budget. So that's definitely a top priority that we have right now, right? So, and also one more thing is definitely we want to look, as Council Member Rubio said, we are looking for future also, not about current, how the things are running, but we want to have different perspectives so that we can have a new thought process. So that's why I went with Tiffany as my second choice. So yeah, but otherwise
Okay.
Tiffany and Kyle are like 0.00, very close for me.
Well, now you both talked about Tiffany, and I understand that. But talk to your choice of Richard over Kyle. Richard, well, you picked Richard as your number one, which again, he had a great interview.
Oh, definitely. And as Council Member Rubio mentioned, one of the important things that our youth as well as adults, as we keep getting this confidential reports and all that, one of the top items we continuously see is mental health, and having that as a priority is definitely important for me. On top of it, definitely Richard got a lot of community education as well as working in the community. And imagine like his experiences from student body, right? He started all the way from the student body, then prisoners of war, and then he worked with the drug rehabilitation. All those services, that experience that can help us to bring our community services, quality of our community services to the next level. So I definitely think that he will bring all his years of tons of experience, that vast experience, to deliver for our community quality of life. So I'm confident with that.
And I would second that as well in terms of like Richard he mentioned being president of the Rotary. I mean, he's working with the senior advisory. He's worked in so many different spaces, and it's not always just about numbers. It's not just always about numbers. It's about, and he talked about mental health. It's about understanding this, we have to understand the way we work with numbers, but we also have components that are more nuanced in the decisions that we make in the interest of the community, have to do more with psychosocial economic issues that are harder to grasp. And that takes a lot of insight. You either have the education, the intuition, and personal background, which is why I ask always a question, was what personal or professional experience you have that you think is relevant? Because we are dealing with the public. We're not dealing with just numbers. We're dealing with people. And there are things that are much more nuanced that, you either have it through experience professionally, and both Richard and Tiffany demonstrated that, or you have it personally, overcoming challenges, having personal perseverance, and having demonstrated how you overcame that. Those are inherent skills and understanding, and it's much more subjective, but they're very critical if we want to do a good job, and if we want to make sure that we are going to be inclusive as a city, especially as it continues to grow and be more diverse.
Okay, Robert, any kind of second thoughts here?
Each one go down the list of. my
No,
rapid
just explaining your any rationale you want for any of your choices.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So the difficult choice between Mr. Levy and Ms. Yuri Chu was a split hair decision for me. Mr. Levy's approach during the interview was by far a higher quality. The answers were in depth, were rich. Candidly, I didn't find Mr. Adler's commentary or answers really heartfelt. I felt it more like a check off on a resume, not much, this is what I've done. And that's pretty much it. I wrote down notes, etc. The man does have plenty of years of experience. And I've heard on the council say, well, we want a different perspective. I don't see it with Mr. Adler, candidly. I see a lot of it with Mr. Levy and Miss Yuri Chu, which was the most difficult decision for me. Because with Mr. Levy, the years of background, the years of experience that he's had consistently, not just in sporadic moments. So there's been, I think for Mr. Levy, his commitment, his integrity, his communication level too. So it's not just, again, I agree with Ms. Rubio, it's not about numbers, but it's also a presentation as well, which is what I think we, the council, we wanted to see. And that's the reason why I chose Mr. Levy as top, as hard as it was over Miss Yuri Chu. Mr. Sewell was fantastic in his way, and it was very nerve-wracking. I get it. It's very nerve-wracking, and there's no crystal ball for these questions. But something you have that a lot of others don't have, and Mr. Armstrong alluded to it, is there's a position, there's a place for you in this family, whether it's on council or it's on a committee. And those valuables equitably will serve the city in greater, for the greater good, because you are a very caring gentleman, empathetic, and that came out in your interview. I mean, absolutely. So for me, it was a tough decision because I was like, I like this guy. I could go out and talk to him and just talk about life. And you're that kind of guy. You're that kind of guy. And so for that, so that number is not a quantified number for you as a person. This is not who do you pick as a person. The difficult choice for me was I looked at people's backgrounds, experiences, and for me, again, it was a very difficult decision. It could have been equal Mr. Levy right down the line, and there wasn't a 3.5 or 4.5. So so it would have been a really tight split. But I am surprised by Mr. Adler's ranking, simply because it didn't fit the paradigm of what the makeup of the council would be looking like in the future, and the quite frankly, the answers to me just I wasn't moved as much. Those are my comments, man.
So I'm happy to answer that if you'd like, because, you know, I can understand why Councilmember Joyna, and I agree with you, by the way, that I think that Ms. Chu and Mr. Levy did a better job at being more succinct about answering, but one thing they have in common, as you do, is your legal background. And not everybody has that background. But that's perhaps my point, is that not everybody will communicate the same way. Not everybody.
I didn't choose them for their legal background.
I didn't say that. I'm
You
saying,
alluded to it.
no. I'm referring to how they answered. So you were alluding to, you know, I wasn't very impressed with how they spoke, et cetera, et cetera. But that's what I'm saying, is that there may be an appeal more, and I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you that stylistically, I liked the succinctness of Mr. Levy and Ms. Chu. However, that by default, their professions may also lead them to be better at doing that as well. So I think it's important to be mindful that we may be, you know, that is more in perhaps something that will improve over time when someone, as they get more experience in the position that they're in. So I don't think that was a deal breaker per se, for me, at least. And then I think Mayor Armstrong, you're welcome to go ahead, because I have my other note over here.
Well,
Yeah, I want to make some comment here, if you don't mind, Mayor Armstrong. Mayor
ahead.
Armstrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks. I have over 18 plus years of experience in community service. I've been Parks Commissioner, completed one term of my council. Here, being a council member is not about this 45 minutes interview. You cannot decide who is being council member cannot be decided within 45 minutes how the person talks or communicates, right? You need to look at what work they did in our community in this So I've been working with pretty much many of these folks within community. I know what services they were doing, and also on top of it, I've been almost 18 years of hiring manager. I do hiring, I do recruitment very regular. I do interview process and all that. So this is not about someone presenting you within. I like Kyle. He was my nominated person. Definitely I like his presentation and all that. But for me, I have to see how person engaged in our community, how many years that person engaged within community, what services that person did for our community. That comes for me as more priority than someone presenting within 45 minutes. I don't go with 45 minutes presentations of hiring person. That's not the way I did.
That's not what I said, Mr. Barros. I'm sorry. I take it, Mr. Rubio. That's not what I said. I did not base it on a 45-minute presentation. That's not what I said. Not at all. So, you know, sorry.
That's how it came across. You're saying that today what you saw in the interview, that's it. That's all you talked about, but you're not able to elaborate on what is the difference between Richard Adler, why you couldn't able to pick Richard Adler or the Kyle. But only thing you talked all the time is about these 45 minutes. Because either you didn't work with any of them in the past, or you don't have awareness about what community services are being done in our San Ramon. So that's my take. So I don't go with 45 minutes interview. Not only this, as I mentioned, I do hiring also in my workspace. I did tons of hiring, and with all my experiences in communities of 18 plus years of experience, I can find out and I can do a better rational judgment on picking the candidates. I'm very confident about that. So that's why I picked Richard Adler as my top candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what y'all are saying. But I had Kyle Levy for really probably the same reasons that you just articulated. I think he did have the better experience. Now, Richard Adler has maybe he's done things for a longer period of time or something like that. But like I said, served on senior advisory committee. I've seen him in action. You know, he's president of the Rotary. No problems with all that. But Kyle has served not only in Parks and Community Services, but Library Advisory Committee, the Library Foundation. He was one of the leaders for Measure N. He brings kind of a young professional perspective to things that we could use on council as well. And I just think he absolutely knocked it out of the park in terms of the interview. Very articulate and had the right answers to all the questions. For those that really had right answers, I mean, there's discretion in all the answers, so there really isn't 100% right or wrong. But I think he justified his answers in a much clearer way. And yeah, it is okay. It's a 45-minute interview. However, I think using the time he had, I think he used it very effectively to get his point across to our answers, to our questions. And I just didn't think there was really a comparison for the other candidates. Not that they weren't good candidates, but I clearly thought Kyle came out on top. And, you know, it was a clear distinction between him and the next few candidates. And that's, not sure what else I can.
Can I move the motion? If you don't mind, I would like to move the motion to elect or nominate Richard Adler as top ranking candidate.
And I will second that, but I just wanted to, can I make one quick comment?
Yeah,
Is that
make,
okay?
your, make your comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I just
time
want to
for
make sure.
discussion also.
Sorry. I just want to point out that Richard had 12 different positions he listed that he's been working on. And I did look at Kyle's as well, and he's done a lot too. And I looked and he has 4 listed here, and I'm sure some other like things he did when he was younger. But the thing is what I'm trying to say is that both of them have demonstrated extensive experience doing a lot of community work at various levels. What I have mentioned that I was looking for is not more of us, but more of the community being heard and bringing that to the table. And what I mean by that is they're actually going out there and regularly meeting with the community, having conversations in different spaces, not just here in city council, but in other spaces, and actually talking with them and getting to better understand what their needs are. And that to me is important, because we will not continue to evolve as a council if we do not diversify who sits on the dais. So I have seconded Councilmember Verosa's motion to appoint Mr. Adler for the District 2 seat.
Okay, is there, well, now we have any further discussion? I would just say, I think recency of experience is also important to me. Some of the experience that was listed, I think for Richard was quite a while ago, quite some time ago. But I think recency of experience is what really kind of spoke to me. But we've got a motion on the table. Unless somebody wants to reconsider their vote, then we'll go ahead and vote on this motion.
I need a roll call vote.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Joanette,
What is it, yea or nay or abstain? Is that what?
No,
Is it yea?
it's,
I didn't know what the choices were. I was trying to click on the.
no, we're doing a voice,
Sorry, yay,
yay.
yes.
Councilmember Rubio,
Yes.
Councilmember Veros,
Yes.
and Mayor Armstrong.
no.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-1.
Okay, all right. So we will have Richard Adler as a next District 2 council member. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this will do a swearing in on next Tuesday at our regular council meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Again, appreciate all the candidates for being here this evening and participating. Thank you to the council for being here this late in the evening. Sridhar, thank you for kind of making the early morning trek and participating there as well. And look forward to serving with Richard in the future as we move forward in 2025 with the new full seated council. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, Amy.